How are you? Breakfast?
Yes. I would like what will you?
Same rice and
Something like that.
no rice and dal.
Yeah.
Okay, good morning all. So welcome to PSIR Sprint. So I think some people had doubts regarding what is the agenda of the program and what we'll be covering in this coming 8 to 10 days, because I'll be handling 8 to 10 days, that is part A of paper 1 and part A of paper 2. Shashank sir will be handling the part B of both papers. But however, I will also try to cover certain issues which are linked to part A to part B. So how do we proceed, or for some people, like especially those who are writing the mains for the first time, that what can we do in these 3 months? So now coming to the PSIR paper, the first most important thing is your previous year question paper analysis, PYQ. So as part of our initiative or program, we will be trying to solve a lot of PYQs along with integrating with concepts and certain value addition. So we will be also providing certain material. Okay. So in terms of what? In terms of how you can introduce your answer. Okay. It's not about writing more content. It is also about how do you introduce the political style of writing. Getting point? So there is a difference between how do you address your GS answers and how do you address your PSIR answer. And for addressing PSIR answer, certain times you need to link to your theoretical concepts. To give you an example, let us take Uniform Civil Code. It is in use. Why it is in use? One, a private member's bill was introduced, and recently the Law Commission, 22nd Law Commission, have raised a question regarding the vast opinion from different political parties, public at large, what is their view on UCC. Now the point is that if this question comes in your GS paper and the same question, let us think it comes in political science paper, that is your part B, how do we approach our answer in your Okay, UCC, GS2, the same UCC question in PSR. Tell me what will be the common things which you will write, and maybe what is the additional things you can add in PSR.
So we can add multicultural aspect.
Okay.
Will violate the multicultural aspects.
You can write about Bhikkhu Parekh rethinking multiculturalism, or as you said, you can link Will Himlika. Okay. Not only always think from the scholar, also try to bring your conceptual clarity. So for example, in your answer of Uniform Civil Code, you can also bring the angle of deliberative democracy. Right? You have to hold deliberations, consultations with different communities. Why India is a multicultural society. Second point. Rest whatever you write will be points in GS, like Article 44 in DPS में वो लिखा है, or the Supreme Court judgment, what is there in Shaira Bano case, Shah Bano case, Sarla Mudgal case, or you back it up by the recommendation of the 21st Law Commission report. What it had told? It had told UCC is neither desirable nor feasible within the Indian social setup. Got the point? So see, that's why I'm telling, it's not about reading a lot. Whatever you have read, and that's why I told the soul of political science is your part A paper 1. If you know these theories pretty well, okay, and nobody is asking you to know in depth, okay, for this structure of this exam, it does not require kind of research kind of background. Okay, in research you go into more depth, but here you have to present your answer within 150 words or 200 words, whatever is there. So you have to be good in interlinking. Interlinking in terms of what? You have to be able to interlink part A of the syllabus with part B of the syllabus. Similarly, part B of the syllabus, you have to be able to link it with part A. And that when you will be able to do is that when you have revised multiple times and you have done the thinking process while preparing itself. You get what? Now some person who has not analyzed, or if you had not looked at UCC from multiple angles and expecting him to directly go into the examination and trying to connect the dots, it won't happen given the time limit which is there. Understood? So whenever you take up an issue, let it be part B issue also, you can think, okay, whom I can link in part A, or we are not telling a right two theoretical answer, okay, that won't work. That is the other problem. Like some people only quote scholars, this scholar told this scholar told that does not make sense. It should be an organic connection. You also have, now let us think how you can use part B information in your part A. So I think in 2017 they had given a question that a deliberative democracy without participation lacks salience, or participatory democracy without deliberation does not have essence. Okay, scholars you know to link, you'll write about Joshua Cohen, you can write about Hannah Arendt, okay, you can write about Habermas. But the point here, not only writing these thinkers, you have to address the demand of the question. You have to tell example, okay, how does participation without deliberation, the essence of democracy will go. So for example, you can give the example of your part B, when we say in parliament, guillotine bills are passed. They will just vote, there is no discussion. What is the problem? Now you won't know either side of the picture, what are the negative aspects of the bill. Similarly, any kind of participation, any kind of deliberation without participation. So Joshua Cohen had told one of the intricacies within deliberation and participation. Too much participation will compromise the quality of deliberation. Very less participation will compromise the amount of input. So you also have to write about the challenges. What will happen? Let us take when you hold consultation for UCC. You only consult two mainstream religions, etc. You don't consider tribals, etc. Such kind of deliberation will not have ceiling because it is not acceptable by others. Then you can conclude your answer by what? Saying that the participation and deliberation are two sides of the same coin. Bring your analysis also. It's not only you go on quoting scholar, this fellow told this fellow told that. Okay, that is fine to back your point. But you cannot just quote scholars and tell I am going to score well in the exam. So that will be other part of the program also. When we look at certain questions, let us see. See, this course is not more about teaching you political science. It can't be taught in given 15 days. It's more about, that's why we told it is only for those people who are going to write mains, who have prepared 1 or 2 times, because they know how to interlink, and we'll teach you how to interlink. Okay, so when we come to answer writing, because we'll be solving lot of previous year PYQs in the exam. So in today's session, I'll be starting with the whole of Western political thought, means the thinkers, which is the 8 thinkers. We'll try to quickly revise and also see what questions have come in the exam on this topic. Now, before we proceed, I'll give you a basic template. Okay, what do you mean by template? An approach what you can use for answer writing. So let us take this template for now part A, paper 1. Now, how do we write the answer? The most important part of your answer writing, what is it? The most important aspect. Let us take GS or political science. Exactly. The most important part, have you addressed the demand of the question? Important. When you just write theory without addressing the demand, marks won't come. Okay, for example, let us take, I believe, I don't remember which year, 1 year they had given a comment on social contract. Just comment on social contract. So if you write your answer just saying Locke, no, you have to write more on what is a social contract, and you have to be able to link Locke, Hobbes, Rousseau. And now if you want to be more innovative in your answer writing, you can also see there is social contract in Indian political thought, but it is a semi-social contract. If you take Manu in that regard, so when he gave the idea of how kingship emerged, it's a semi-contractual theory. He says that there is a contract between people and God. then you will also have to write about not just explaining. So see, you know a lot of information. Now how do you put it as an answer? So break down. First in your answer, tell what is social contract, or you can also speak about social contract tradition. So you can see social contract tradition, it is directly linked to state. Okay, the social contract tradition, it rejected the previously held idea that state is natural. No, certain people told God has created state. Social contract, no, state is an artificial institution created by humans. So you have to write what is social contract. Then you also have to write who are the important scholars who has spoken. You can take Hobbes, Locke. These are all within liberal tradition. John Rawls, to arrive at theory of justice, he made use of social contract. And in Indian political thought, you have people like Manu, who spoke about semi-contractual theory. But in your answer, you also have to bring what are the contradictions within the social contract theory. One problem is that there is no historical evidence of any such contract being signed. If you go in history, okay, where is that contract which has been signed? Second aspect within social contract, you can bring, whom you can bring as one of the limitative critic of social contract. If you think, anybody you can name, especially if you think on lines of the natural rights. Okay, natural rights has two perspectives, teleological perspective, the social contract perspective. So there is one person who criticized Locke's social contract perspective. Thomas Paine, what did he say? Recall, what did he say? What was Thomas Paine's critique of social contract?
God has given natural rights.
No, you see, he told natural rights as given because man has reason and this reason has a purpose. But the point he criticized is that what if we have signed the contract, our grandfather, forefather, they have signed the contract, why should we oblige to that particular contract? We have been not party to that contract, right? So he brings the aspect of intergenerational contract. See, that's what I told. Do lot of revision, do lot of interthinking. Then obviously what will happen when you look at a question, the points will flash. See, the traditional approach, it won't work. See, when you look at a test series and say, okay, like last time also we have got 7 ranks. Those ranks you would have got even if you had not done a test series. It's not about, because of test series they got a rank. Maybe we were able to attract those people who are very good in writing test series to write our test series, and that is why you are able to produce a rank. Now you should not be based on a perception that like these people have scored rank, so writing this test series automatically even I will score rank. You can say that a rank can be produced only based on the quality of what the students produce. So the most of the underlying work you have to do, and how you have to do, that's why I told, when you take up a concept, try to interlink through many ways. So the standard format is what? First address what is the keyword in the question. Like if I told comment on social contract, in simple terms explain what is social contract. Second, who are the proponents? Write 1 or 2 arguments of them, their stand on why they are telling social contract is important, etc. In any answer, like some people said, critically examine, comment, discuss, elucidate, explain, etc., etc. How my answer should be different? Let us take for example, now UCC, let us discuss UCC. What do you mean by discussion? In this class, we will tell, okay, let us discuss UCC. What do you mean by a discussion? Every person will bring his own perspective of it. So obviously when the answer is discuss, you have to bring different perspective on that particular issue. So then how do I end my answer? You can end your answer based on your own opinion. See, in your opinion does not mean you write, I think you see. Don't write like that. Try to bring a logical stand. Okay. So you have different frameworks. If you look at UCC, you can look from a liberal point of view. And from a liberal point of view, you can say there should be a uniformity of the law and the law has to be applied equal to everybody. It is rule of law. But there is a multicultural point of view who says that certain rights should be culture specific. And given India's socio-economic background, right, we are a multicultural society, different religions have coexisted. And it's not only about religions. Within Hinduism also, if you take, there are many tribal communities. Like you can see the recent Meeti and Kuki protest which is happening in Manipur. So in these regard, such drastic measures cannot be implemented overnight. They require what? They require deliberation, consultations, etc. There you need to bring viewpoints. See, this is political science, not some GS answer. Try to bring certain scholars, quote them, make use of it, by heart them. Okay, so I will be also giving you documents of few topics like Hobbes, Locke. I have prepared a list of quotes which can be used as an introduction and a conclusion, but however said, you are the person who is going to use it. So you have to know under what context and what is the demand of the question, which quote has to be used. You know, some people what they randomly do, because we would have told use a quote, maybe a nice quotation to start your answer. They'll just use some quote in a different context. It's like, let us think you have a very good suit to wear, and let us think you decided to wear it to a death ceremony. It doesn't make sense. So you have to know what type of quote can be used in what context. So for example, you can bring the view of Ambedkar. Okay, Ambedkar took more of a middle path. What was Ambedkar's view on UCC? He told UCC is desirable, but it has to be brought when the time is right. Okay, no point. Or if you take the naysayers who tell UCC is not required, merely the multicultural perspective. Or you can also use the argument of the 21st Law Commission report, which said that UCC is neither desirable nor feasible. And the other perspective, those people, that is a liberal perspective, who demand that UCC is needed. Those are. So when you discuss, you have to bring the three spectrums into your answer. And that's why I told, to do this, you cannot rampantly do on the examination hall. You should predict. Okay, I am not telling all your question prediction will come in the exam. But if you are smart enough and if you have analyzed the previous year question papers, you can easily predict what are the important topics. Especially for your part B of both papers, you have to do it. Part A is more static. Okay, part A you can easily know what are the areas the question. I am telling only for part B. But that's what I told. Don't see part A and part B in compartments. Link them. Okay. But again I told, when you write about UCC, you have to write about part B. Part B is different. You have to bring constitutional provisions, etc., the court judgments, etc. Part A so much is not required. Part A is mainly analyzing the different theoretical point of view. Understood? Examine means what? Okay, let us think they give a question. Examine Plato's idea of philosopher king. Let us think the question is examine. What do you mean by examine? What does it mean by examine? You give your answer script to me and you tell, sir, please examine my answer script. What will I do? Examination means. Yeah, man, you give somebody your answer script and you will tell, please examine my answer. What that person will do? He will tell what is good in your answer, what are the things you could have changed, right? So basically examine me also means, first you have to present what is the argument that person is presenting. Okay. In this case, if you take Plato's philosopher king, bring an argument of Plato that why he told, you know, there is a quote, not by heart certain quotes. What is one quote you can use ideally here in this question? Let us think you are arguing for Plato. Plato is arguing that philosopher king is needed. What is an important quote which you can use? Good. Unless the philosophers become kings or rulers learn philosophy, the world will not rest from its evils. Get a point? One important quote, you are hitting the bullseye, bringing what is Plato's argument that why philosophers should become the kings or the rulers. The idea behind philosopher king, what Plato told is that one who has knowledge, one who has reason, he has to be given, he has to become the ruler. So you will explain that, you will explain very briefly saying that his ideas were shaped by the things which happened in Athens in that regard, death of Socrates, the growing corruption, etc., etc. But the question is what? Examine it. So you are not just explaining the theory, you also have to bring a debate to what extent you can agree with what Plato is telling is correct. See, one, we cannot deny what he is telling is true. Okay, a ruler has to have reason, etc. But the problem lies with the powers which he has given to the philosopher king, because he says no law or ordinance is mightier than the knowledge of the philosopher king. He is above the law, and he also says that the philosopher king, like whatever he commands, the people have to obey. Now when you examine it, who can you bring as a critic? One is Aristotle, or you can bring Karl Popper. Karl Popper, see, mention about the books what they have written. Okay, make it a habit from now itself. When you write somebody's viewpoint, I know it is difficult to buy at all the books, but certain popular one you have to try to bring it on paper. See, end of the day, the examination skill is different, knowledge is different. There might be a person who might be very knowledgeable, but he might not get the deserving marks. There might be a person who is not so knowledgeable, but he might get marks more than what he deserves. It's all about your answer, because it is very manipulative. Why it is very manipulative? Now let us think, when I wrote the exam, I think in 2015, when I wrote, I scored just 170. No, both paper combined together. And one of my friend who is there, his name is Darshan HV, I think I have told in many of my sessions, he is an IAS, he got 47th rank. And he read the optional only in 3 months. Okay, before that his optional was Kannada literature, he had changed his optional. And he scored the second highest score that year in political science. Tina Dabi was the highest. She scored around 299 or something. This fellow scored around 284. I am speaking about 2015. And by 2015, that was my second mains or third mains. I had read the optional for 2 years. You know, I was shocked, like how is it possible that I end up scoring just 170, not one paper, both papers combined. And this fellow, in paper 1 alone, he had scored 154 or 151. Basically, when I spoke to him, because we were very close friends, he told the problem lies what? Your writing. You are not bringing your writing to the exam demand. You might have too much knowledge, but it is not reflected on your paper. When I realized that there was an India-Pakistan question or something like that, so I had, see, there is no idea about answer writing. So I just written general answer like India and Pakistan. But he had started his answer, introduction. Shashi Tharoor in his book Pax Indica calls India and Pakistan as brother enemies. So my point was that when did you read Shashi Tharoor by? He told, why should I read Shashi Tharoor to go? Some notes, picked it up, had pre-prepared introduction for every topic. If it is India and US, he told, I would have started my answer. Denix Kux said that the world's largest democracy today has embraced the world's, PM's Modi's quote, world's largest democracy has embraced the world's oldest democracy. You have to have those tools beforehand, you write the paper. You cannot sit there and then think, okay, what will I write? Understood? So that's why I told this session is about, more about what kind of content you can go and take with the exam, a structure, and how you will be able to write. So in the same thing I did in 2016, my score jumped to 284, okay, almost 114 marks it increased. It's not about knowledge was less or more, knowledge was more over say, it is mainly change in your approach, and that you have to practice. Got the point? So any doubt in this part still now what you have before we proceed into the next? You have any doubts? Okay. Now coming to today's session, will be doing about what? Western political thought. So when you look at Western political thought, as we say, what should be your structure, if you have made notes or short notes, etc., how you can do it? One, have certain general characteristics of Western political thought and have certain general quotation for Western political thought. Let us think, they've asked one year they've asked a question, compare and contrast the Western political thought with the Indian political thought. The other year they've asked the question, discuss the evolution of the Western political thought from ancient to modern times. So when they are telling ancient, basically they are referring to Greek political thought. Okay. Let us think, let the question be anything. Okay, Western political called features, characteristics, limitation, etc. You need to start your answer very strong. And please remember, always keep it in your mind, the first 5 questions what you write in the exam. Like some people do a thing is that they'll write 50 marker, 20 marker, then they'll go write the 10 marker. If you ask me, don't do that. Try to write the 10 marker question first. Psychological thing of the evaluation. When you write your first 5 questions very solidly with very good content, that creates an impression in the mind of the evaluator that you are a person who knows the subject. And you can say end of the day every evaluator is a human being. Okay, even if UPSC is conducting it does not mean robots are correcting it. It is end of the day humans. Humans are susceptible to what? The impression what they build. Now suppose let us think you write your answer, you know, like in first 5 answer only I make an impression of you. This fellow does not know the subject. No matter even if you have written a very good answer towards the end, in a place where you should have got, let us take out of 20, you should have got 12 or 13, you will end up getting 10. Or the other way is also true, your first 5 answer you have brilliantly written. Okay, now you have captured the evaluator's imagine, okay, this fellow knows the subject. Even if your answer has, you know, maybe let us take very moderate towards the end, you will end up getting 1 or 2 marks extra because the impression which you have created in his head. Fine. So always try to write the first 5 questions, try to write it very well. Now coming to here, when I say writing very well, how you can introduce your answer? Let us, anybody can tell, like Western political thought is the question, let the question be anything, how will you introduce your answer? Anyone? None of you have made any short notes and all? Or how do you revise or how do you prepare? So you just keep revising the notes. My suggestion would be what is that, I will send you certain documents to get an idea that how you can prepare very short content. Okay, one document we have already uploaded on the group, that is more of a broad document, the whole Western political thought in a summarized way. Okay, so if you go to the document, I think in your Telegram group which you have formed, so there we have already given at the end the previous year questions which have come, the quotations which are there, you have to know which quote to use. So let us say we can write the Western political thought, something like, the whole Western political thought is nothing but footnotes of Plato and Aristotle. You can write this as one of your introduction in that regard. Then move on to writing that what is the demand of the question, and don't write point format. In PSIR, please avoid point format. I am not telling you cannot write only, you can write. Where you can write, it depends upon the question. For some people they have asked, discuss the features of India's nuclear doctrine. Yeah, there you can write, you can give an introduction and then tell what are the features 1, 2, 3, 4. But usually in these type of question, don't go for point format, go for short paragraph format. And always remember to use certain keywords. What do you mean by keywords? Now you can tell, let us think what are the features of Western political thought in general. Tell me what are the features. What are the important features of Western political thought? Okay, one you can say it is Eurocentric. What is the meaning of Eurocentric? Mainly looking through an European lens in an European context, because as Lusky said, every political thinker is a child of his times. So most of the ideas would have emerged from their context. Then try to produce keywords. I don't want big sentences, just the keyword. One keyword he gave, Eurocentric. Then not necessary, because if you look at Hindu or the Indian political thought is more status quo. But if you look at Western political thought, because I am not only speaking about Greek political thought, don't go into assumption that Western political thought should be Greek political thought. Western political thought has evolved from the Greek thinkers to the European thinkers. So if you look at Western political thought, largely it does speak about social change, the ideas of equality, liberty. Okay, so you cannot tell it is status quo. Anything else? Don't you think it is based on reason, rationality? So the keyword is what? Yes, Akash.
Focus on public sphere.
Okay, very good. Third, you can say they do focus on the idea of public. Then,
And individualistic.
very good. It is largely focused on individualism or individualistic in nature. Then, what else? Think of any other keywords. Think of thinkers who are there now, Marx, Plato. In general, see, this question is not specific question. Okay, there are two types of question will come in the exam. One is specific, means they will specify this scholar, this theory. This is a generalistic question. In generalistic question, it is not about specifics. It's about the general trend or strand what you can evolve. What do you mean by general strand? When we say individualistic, it does not mean that every thinker spoke about individualistic within Western philosophy. There are approaches which speaks about community is important. You are getting the point. So here we are not speaking in terms of specific, in terms of general. So if there are 100 crores, 100 crore, in that 1 crore is white, does not mean the crores are white. Crores are essentially black.
Materialist.
Okay, you can say that it more focuses on, or it comes under the materialistic school of thought, but you can see that shifted. Initially it was philosophical in nature, then it started to develop into materialism or scientific in nature or empirical in nature. Then good.
Secularism.
Yes, humanism, secularism. Republic you can go into the nature of, instead of republic you can take, it is more about institutions, okay, and you can also speak about there is a divergence with respect to what religion and politics, that is the secular principle. Now same thing if you compare and contrast with the Indian political thought, okay, like the ideas of Manu etc, mainly the ancient Hindu political thought, there you can see it is mainly status quo, it mainly does not separate individual from his community. Religion and politics are not separated. It is metaphysical in nature. So what I mean is that you have to produce these keywords in your answers. Explanation you will give, scholars you know how to write, but you need to bring these keywords in your answer, and that's why I told this you don't need to by heart. It's only about your analysis. Get my point? So pepper your answer with some very good introduction and then go into analyzing what are the different features of the Western political thought. There you can give examples, you can back it up by examples. Okay, when you take secularism, you can give example of Machiavelli, who is considered as the propounder of the Western idea of secularism. Understood? Got the point? See, this is general trend I am telling you, but you have to modify that based on what is the question they have asked in the exam. So one of the question which has come in previous year is that they have asked, I think, let me just specify which year they have asked that question. In 2020, they have asked, trace the evolution of Western political thought from ancient to contemporary times. Okay, so now let us use the same information to let us look into how we will be able to answer this question. What is the question they have asked? Trace the evolution of Western political thought from ancient to modern times. UPSC 2020, and I think they had asked for 15 marks. Now tell me, as I told, a standard format for your answer writing will be, no matter what is the thing, always your answer should have an introduction, always your answer should have a conclusion, that is a must. Where you cannot write is that, let us say you are writing a last answer, only 5 minutes time is there, no other way, you have to just write an important point. But if you are able to complete within the given time limit, always you have to introduce. Introduction should be good. What can you write as an introduction for this question? We will come to the demand of the question later. Let us think what will be your introduction. See, since it is asking ancient to modern, there is a connection. The most apt introduction will be what we discussed just now. What is it? The whole Western political thought is nothing but footnotes of Plato and Aristotle. The reason, because here they are asking the evolution, what has happened, and obviously we can say evolution, evolved. What do you mean by evolved? Like natural evolution, now from primates to humans we have become. Similarly, if you look into the source of Western political thought, that is why even the most important critic of Plato, that is Karl Popper, he told either it is Platonic or it is anti-Platonic, but there is nothing called as non-Platonic. So the best introduction you can start with is this. But I would also say look into any other introduction. Sometimes what you do is that you don't need to look elsewhere. Just go through the previous year questions. In previous year questions only there are many quote based questions. That quote only you can use as your introduction. When I think I scored 154 in 2017, 154 or 150, I don't remember the score. That year, many times I didn't prepare any quote. The previous year questions which was there, that only I used as quotes. Like I think they had given one question on Afghanistan. I don't remember the question exactly, but I remember using my conclusion as what? Previously, I think in 2014, there was a question, Afghanistan serves as a litmus test for India to emerge as a regional and a global power. The same quote I used in my conclusion on this answer as what, that would be my conclusion, because they had asked some question on Afghanistan or something like that. So I wrote my conclusion as what, Afghanistan serves as a litmus test for India to emerge as a regional and global. That conclusion you can use even today with the things which change in Taliban, what has happened. If you want to end your answer with this dialogue or quote. Got the point? So introduction you can write as what? The whole Western political thought is nothing but footnotes of Plato and Aristotle. Now coming to the demand of the question, now one of you tell me, how will you structure your answer? How will you structure your answer? They are asking what? The keyword is what? Evolution. Evolution means what? There is a difference, right, between revolution and evolution. Gradual growth. Revolution means what? You break away the previously established structure and you are trying to build a new structure. When we say Marx is many times revolutionary, but also if you look at Marx, you are getting the point. Let us say UPSC decides to break the trend. If you see political science paper 1, most of the questions are repeated. Let us say they want to make, last time political science has got first rank, political science people are doing very well. UPSC decides, let us take this time, we will target PSIR. Targeting in the sense they don't decrease the scores, they will just make the paper more application based. So they might see, some professor might write a quote, Marx is not only revolutionary, but Marx is also evolutionary. Do you agree? Now obviously student will where it is given, Shubhra Ranjan notes given, Nikhil Gowda notes not given, so where do I write the answer? You don't need to look anywhere, just understand the terms. Even when you take Marx, Marx did use dialectics, right, of Hegel, what he borrowed. It was not something new which he created. Marx considered Hobbes to be the father of all, because he was deeply impressed with Hobbes' scientific methods, what he brought into politics. Hobbes was the first person to tell equality among men, which even Marx essentially believed. So in your answer you will be writing in what aspect Marx is also evolutionary, but you will also write that Marx tried to break certain structures which are there and build a new structure, that is the communist society. Understood? See, that's the difference. If you go for the key terms, if you understand the key terms well, automatically you get a direction that what you have to write, the connections will come. But if you don't focus on the keywords and broadly you think, then what will happen, your answer won't be structured, you won't get a correction. So evolution का मतलब क्या है? Evolution means how they have built on, say what is evolution? One scholar has criticized the other scholar. That is nothing but dialectics, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. This is how the Western political thought has emerged from Plato to Rawls. So in your answer, how you will start? You will start the Western political thought have roots in the Greek ideas, and you will briefly write about whom? Plato, Aristotle, some important ideas what they have given like justice, etc. But then you will write about what? That as we proceed in the medieval period, we had people like Machiavelli who tried to break the traditions of the ancient ideas. What did he break? He undermined the role of divine law, he reduced the role of church, he brought the focus not on metaphysical things but on material things, human behavior, okay, because Machiavelli is also considered to be what? Forerunner of behavioralism, right? He separated ethics from politics. Based on readings of Machiavelli, Thomas Hobbes, why do we say Thomas Hobbes was the first person to enter the gates of modernity when Jean Bodin was still standing at the gates? Because though we say Machiavelli and Bodin, both of them spoke about indirectly about the idea of sovereignty, but they extensively didn't write about the concept of absolute sovereignty. Okay, in Machiavelli it is more intrinsically applied, not explicitly said. In Bodin, he didn't liberate the state from divine laws. It was Hobbes who liberated it. That is why we say that what? Hobbes was the first modern thinker. That was a new beginning in the field of political science, the modern age. And in the modern age you have to write what ideas changed. So they rejected the idea that state is natural, they went on to saying that state is a social contract, artificial institutions. People like Marx, now they spoke about what? They also spoke about how, because Aristotle had told that state comes for the sake of life, it continues for the sake of good life. He rejected that notion. He told no, state can be exploitative in nature. He told state is an instrument of exploitation. The idea of justice changed. In ancient time they spoke about what is justice, duty bound, status quo, following the fixed order. But in modern Western political thought, the idea of social justice came about. You can link John Rawls. So in conclusion, now what will you write? This is the story, as I told. Sir, should I write the same points? Not necessary. I have given you an idea what you can write. That you can use your points according to that how the evolution has happened. Now what will be your conclusion? What can be the apt conclusion for this answer? Don't think about always writing any scholar. Think about bringing your own analysis in the conclusion part. Okay, it can still evolving. Anybody else with any other conclusion? Okay. See, the question is more of what they are asking you to trace the evolution. You have traced it from Plato to modern times, like Rawls.
Balance, what we discussed, like the common features of Western political thought, we concluded by that although Western political thought has evolved significantly, but there are some common features.
Okay. Yes, that would be a good conclusion to end with by saying that though the ideas have evolved, but the fundamental principle of idea of justice, equality, etc. have been the central to the thought of every thinker. And you can also say the point what he said, the thought will still evolve. Why? Ideas are not created in vacuum. Ideas are created with changing social context. So similarly the Western political thought is bound to grow. That can be. So always in conclusion, bring your own analysis. Try to bring something that to the evaluator that you have thought. You are not just a rote learning parrot. What is rote learning parrot? Just buy out whatever is in the book and produce in the paper. That actually cannot be done in an actual given exam. The reason is that the question demand will vary. Okay. So what you can take from a notes is that certain key points. Understood? You get the point. So that's what I told. This is an idea to answer general questions on Western political thought. This is one type of question. Now we will go to specific questions. Specific question means on specific scholars. Now, for studying these scholars, now the problem arrive here is that how much do I study, sir? 9 scholars are there. There are multiple theories which they have given about. So I'll just give a number-wise data regarding how much questions have come from 2014 or 2013 till 2022. If you look at Plato, they've just asked 2 questions on Plato. In last 8 years, just 2 questions have come. One question was asked in 2015. Plato was an enemy of open society, Popper comment. And the other question they had asked was, in 2019, but that was not a direct question on Plato, it was a mix of Aristotle and Plato. They had told, explain the Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism. So these were the 2 questions which have come on Plato in last 8 to 10 years. Now where they have asked more questions, it is Aristotle. 2014, 2015, 2017, 2019, 2021. So you can say every alternative year they have asked one question on Aristotle, and 2014-15 both year they have asked continuously questions on Aristotle. Now almost how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions have been asked on Aristotle. So if you take Machiavelli, in that regard, 1, 2, 3 questions have been asked, and when they have asked, largely they have been asking Machiavelli from 2018, 2020 and 2014. And in that, where the dominant theme is coming, one they are asking on religion and politics, that is secularism. The other thing they are asking about his methodology. That one question, explain how Machiavelli's application of empirical method to human affairs marks an important stage in evolution of political science. Same way they have asked one more question, Machiavelli is the forerunner of behavioralism, comment. Both questions have same theme, that you have to write about what are the scientific elements or the empirical methods he brought in his thing. So Machiavelli, how many questions they have asked? 4. And if you take next Thomas Hobbes in that regard, Hobbes is one person, they have asked questions. They have Hobbes almost asked 5 questions of Hobbes. Okay, and largely the question has been in Hobbes' social contract. If you ask, mainly the questions have been on that related to social contract, state of nature, etc. Locke they have asked 2 times. So that was in 2022 and in 2018. One, they have asked directly Locke's social contract, other one Locke as the father of liberalism. And if you look at J.S. Mill has been asked more number of times. J.S. Mill almost has been asked 4 times. And the theme they are largely asking J.S. Mill is democracy or his views on this thing, what is it, right to freedom of speech, expression, liberty, etc. Marx, they have asked 3 times, and largely the themes they are asking in Karl Marx is either his concept of alienation, that is the critique of capitalism, or the other thing they have asked one time, Marx concept of class. Okay, this is a unique question. Let us look into it when we do Marx. Gramsci, they are asking 3 times, but Gramsci is featuring more since post 2015. After 2015, more questions on Gramsci have been asked. And Hannah Arendt, they have asked 4 times. So when you look at by number, Plato has been minimal. Plato has been asked only 1 time, but more questions are featuring of Aristotle, Hobbes, Machiavelli. Now that does not mean that Sir Shen will only prepare these scholars. No, because UPSC can change the trend any point of time. But I would suggest that when we go through these questions, you will come to know what are the common themes through which you can prepare largely. Now what we will need to do is that, since we have to revise also along with going through these concepts, we will take one scholar and let us look at one question. Through the question we will try to revise what are the important ideas presented by them. So the first scholar we will be taking is Plato. Now before I go into the question, now let us think, if you want to prepare for Plato, what will you prepare? Like you have already read notes, some notes, but you want to quickly revise the notes. How will you prepare your short notes? How many of you prepared short notes? Not even one. How many of you read the whole subject once? Old notes are there. Huh. See why I tell you need to have short notes. Let us think you have read 2 pages on Mark's idea of class. Do you really think you can produce all those 2 pages in your exam? 100% you won't be able to do. What you need to do is that when you read, make it more crisp. What should be there in notes? Keywords, key ideas, opinions, introduction. That is, see, to make an answer, what will I need? I need a good introduction, I need a good conclusion. Okay, when I want to bring my more political science based approach, I need to build commentators. Let us think there is a question on Plato's education. Tell me one commentator. What did he say? Republic is the best treatise ever written on education. Simple now. If there is education, you will be able to write it. Or suddenly you feel like you want to critique Plato. You cannot write, I don't like Plato. Plato is that is informal language and won't fetch marks in exam. Right? This is an optional subject. It requires certain base scholarly approach. But if you write too scholarly also, means devoid of any current analysis, then also you won't get marks. So let us think there is a critic. Of course you will speak about Popper. Okay. Or certain times you can make your own analysis. Like if you tell, now when I used to prepare, if there is any question of philosopher king, my conclusion used to be what? I used to write, Plato was correct with respect to his, what do you call that? What do you call for when you go to a doctor, they will, he was correct with his diagnosis, but he was wrong with his prescription. Simple. You bring your own analysis, they won't penalize you for that. You get a point? So on every Plato's theory, you need to have your own opinion. Like Plato as the first feminist, or Plato's idea on feminism. See, points you will know. You will write, okay, you will write, on what are the arguments that Plato is the first feminist. One, he gave the idea of philosopher queen, not just philosopher king. He allowed women to be educated within his ideal state. Third, he didn't limit women to private sphere. He allowed women to participate in public sphere. He reduced their domestic burden by creating the state nursery. Right, state used to. But however, the key word, first feminist. So you can take, there was a scholar in Greek even before Plato who had written about women empowerment. So many goes into the logic that how can you call Plato the first feminist? These ideas were not very, people before him also had spoken about it. Second, the idea of feminist himself. Feminism means what? The idea of feminism speaks about the central to their idea is women empowerment. The end is women empowerment, the means is not women empowerment. But for Plato, women empowerment was the means, the end was an ideal state. He never considered his end only as women empowerment. Why he empowered women? To utilize them for what? For his creation of this ideal state. Third, some would also say that he denied women of what? Motherhood. Because the newborn children will be taken away mother, they didn't get a chance to enjoy motherhood. They have to sacrifice their motherhood for the cause of state. Fourth, if you look into his book Republic, what is the title of the book? Concerning Justice. And one way he arrives at justice is through dialectics, right? He creates a character called as Socrates, and there will be a debate between Socrates. Do you find any woman character? Some say, how can you call him a feminist? He never included any woman in part of his dialogue to create the idea of justice. So how can you call this fellow as a feminist in that regard? So this is the either side of the argument. But when you want to conclude your answer, you can say that we cannot judge Plato on the yardsticks of present day morality. Yeah, you cannot judge him based on that. But given his social context, whether he is the first feminist or not, but one can agree that he was head of his times. That can be your ideal conclusion. Conclusion is not something which you read from the book, it is something which you produce your thought process. Okay, and that is why you can see some people, they don't repeatedly score marks. They are more into producing notes. I am not telling notes are not, notes are important, but along with that you have to bring your thoughts into the answer script. Got the point? Now let us take, based on these ideas, what are the major ideas provided by Plato? Always remember, please always use the works of the scholars. What is the important works of Plato? Republic, Laws, and Statesman. Okay, make sure, build subconsciously, whenever you are writing an answer, try to bring or quote the books of the scholars. Second, see, when I told now, when my friend used Pax Indica, Shashi Tharoor, evaluator will think what this fellow is widely read. You get my point? Nobody can come and question you, okay, tell me what is there in page number 31, Pax Indica. I might not know what is there. You get my point? So that's why I told you, even if you have gone through the Sheikh Tanvir's rank 25, 2015, if you have seen his video, or 2016 or 2017, what did he tell? I used to read book reviews. I used to bring those book reviews in my answer. Simple, you don't need to know the whole book. If you capture the essence of the scholar or the person who has written the book, see, that is the thing. Like if you take, like you have one chapter in part B, socio-economic profile of legislators. That question can come this year, given the elections which have happened, etc. Now they might ask critical analysis, the changing socio profile of the Indian legislators. Now you have certain data, you can take ADR data, etc. provided. Recently Karnataka election happened, CSD has released data for that. But along with that, you also have to be able to link Christopher Jefferlot. He has written a book, The Rise of Plebeians. Plebeians refers to OBC or backward sections of society. That book captures an idea, what are the causes for the rise of OBC in Indian politics? How caste became an important tool for the political rise. Sir, have you read the book? No, I have not read the whole book. I just know the summary of the book. How do you know the summary of the book? Book review. Somebody who have reviewed that book, they have given major ideas. In your answer, that's what I am telling, from an evaluator's point of view, how can I judge you that whether you have really read the book or not? It is impossible, because it is not some interview to come and ask you if you have read. So basically the evaluator will go by the logic is what? Okay, this fellow is well informed, he is well read. He is not just writing his own stuff. And that is why that is the importance of book reviews. And if you take even Shubhra ma'am, if you have seen in her notes, many times she will give the scholar the name of the books. The problem with students is that some will read too much, they don't know what to produce. Some don't read only. Follow balanced approach. You don't need to know 10 different books. For every chapter, at least know 1 or 2 people who have commented on it, what is the book they have written, that is fine. You can repeatedly use them. Like India, China, if you take, that will be sharing the document later, like some book reviews. Like you have Shiv Shankar Menon, who has written the book called as Choices. Just write the summary what he says. Or you have Mearsheimer. Okay, Mearsheimer, right? Neorealist in that regard, or what you can call offensive realism. What does Mearsheimer argue? He has written an article, the rise of China can never be peaceful. So, if tomorrow there is any India-China question, you can use Mearsheimer in your answer to say that Mearsheimer had predicted the rise of China. He's written this article back in 2009. That time only he had told China is going to rise and the China of rise will not be peaceful. This is going to bring back the relevance of balance of power, BOP, etc. And he told rise of China is going to bring the alliance of this America, India, etc. You can don't just quote ambassadors. This ambassador told. Ambassador just represents the government's viewpoint. Build a what you can say, a scholar or a theoretical expert, because he goes in much like Ashley Tellis, J. Tellis. He is known to be a political scholar on Indo-America relation. So recently has written an article. What was the theme? I am not bothered about you knowing everything. If you just know what direction he is speaking, that is enough. What did he write? Very recently has written an article when Modi's visit to America happened. He told America should not too much expect from India. India is a bad bet. The name of the article only, India is a bad bet, means he is written from an American point of view. That Indians won't align with America or they won't come into the American security architecture which they want to project in Indo-Pacific. Right? You can bring these kind of viewpoints while you are analyzing. See, this time Modi's visit to US, most probably there might be a question on Indo-US. We don't know what will be the question, but largely you have to know a broad way how you can describe the relation between two powers. So Ashley Tellis represents the pessimistic view. There is an optimistic view. There is a balanced view. Balanced view is what? India should not over expect from America. America should also not over expect from India, because both countries have their own strategic priorities. Both countries are sovereign countries. Both countries follow their own path. So that is why we say India, America are not allies, strategic partners. Why it are not an ally? Because not our alignment is not everywhere. It is only on few areas. Got the point? So similarly, when you think of Plato, that's why I told quote the books. Know this one. Now, what are the important theories presented by Plato? To reconstruct Plato in a simple way, in a very simplified way, the central idea of Plato is philosopher king, in a simple sense. Every Plato's writing, every other theory, it supports the establishment of philosopher king. Take his idea of justice, his idea of education, his idea of what? Communism, of wives and property, and his views on law. Every such idea is created to what? Create what? To select a ruler, the philosopher. So this is the central idea. These are all the supporting ideas. And then if you take why he wants philosopher king, ideal state, why he wants an ideal state. See, Plato, why we call Plato as the father of political philosophy? That is also one of the things which you can use as an introduction. Plato is considered father of political philosophy. Socrates is called as father of philosophy. Aristotle is called as father of political science. What is the difference between philosophy and science? Political philosophy, political. When we say the idea of political theory is the systematic study of politics, which comprises of political philosophy and political science. Together they comprise political theory. That is the today's understanding what we have. But initially when you look at the emergence of the idea, it was mainly political philosophy which dominated the field of politics. So when philosophy dominated the field of politics, as you know, see keywords, always remember the keywords. Normative. What do you mean by normative? Values. Values were very important. Plato was concerned about values. He asked questions like what? What is an ideal state? What is good? What is bad? The moment when you go into the question of good or bad, it is always relative. Whenever you go into the question of true or false, it is objective. Political science classes started at 9 a.m. in Delhi Insights. It's a question of true or false. It's black and white. But if you say political science classes in Insights, is it good? For some it might be good, for some it might not be good. It is based on what values you believe in. Similarly, Plato was the father of political philosophy. Why? Because he had fundamental question about what is a good state, what is an ideal state. People should be happy. How people can be happy? That is the question he asked, because he was deeply influenced by Socrates. If you go into Socrates, Socrates has asked the question, if you are going in a ship, do you want the ship to be driven by an expert sailor or any Tom, Dick and Harry? The answer what you will give is that I want an expert driver. So then he says, if you take ship itself as a state, do you need the state to be driven by any Tom, Dick and Harry just because he has been elected by the people? Because he does not know the art of governance. So that is why Plato's ultimate goal, that is why that quote comes, unless the philosophers become rulers or rulers learn the art of philosophy, the world will not rest from its evils. So what is the ultimate goal of Plato? To create this ideal state. Why he wanted to create the ideal state? For the welfare of people at large. And that is why when we say, when you want to compare Plato and Marx, both had the similar vision. Their paths were different. Similar vision. Even Marx wanted to create a society which is free of problems, where people are happy, etc. Even Plato wanted the same. But their methods are different. So in UPSC in recent times, what they are doing, they are asking two types of questions. One, direct question, as we told, comment on Plato's philosopher king, or what we call comparative questions, interlinking these scholars. They will only interlink and tell you, compare Plato's ideal state with that of Karl Marx communist society. So there you have to compare, you have to contrast. So I am telling you, what is the broad point? We can agree that both wanted a common vision, both had a common idea, but the way they wanted to approach the idea was different. Why it was different? Because both belonged to different schools of thought. Plato belonged to the school of idealism, Marx belonged to the school of materialism. And Plato's method to what liberate, for him it is not with elimination of the state, with recepting an ideal state, a state which is ruled by knowledgeable person. For Marx, told state itself is not required. State is an instrument of exploitation. And for Plato, how do you build that kind of state? Both agreed on one thing, both believed private ownership of property is harmful for the society. But Plato's communism was half communism. Who told that? Barker. Okay, please remember, Barker told Plato's communism is half communism. So what did he mean by that? Plato's communism is half communism. What is meant by that? If you look at Marx, he told private property should not be owned by anybody. But for Plato, it was not everybody. It is only applicable to the guardian class and the ruling class. That is why we call it as half communism. Then what else you can write as a difference? Plato's ideal state was based on the foundation of education, reason. But Plato told, without use of violence, it is impossible to create, where he told violence is the midwife of revolution. So these are the aspects where you will compare and contrast. Then in the conclusion, what I told, both of, write about legacy of Plato and Marx, because both are great. If you look at any ideology which is named after one person, it is Karl Marx, Marxism. Plato is considered as what? The father of political philosophy. So you can say both Plato, the father of political philosophy, Marx, the most influential thinker in 20th century, both had a common vision, but their paths were different. That will be your conclusion. You are getting the point? See, that's what I told. Interlink a lot of things, compare and contrast and read. That time your connections will build. If you study them in silos, what will happen? In exam that, what you can say, that organic flow of thoughts won't come. And that is when in exam you will struggle to come out with points. Understood? So every other idea of Marx is what? To create, sorry, Plato is what? Philosopher king. Now we go into each idea in a simple sense. Justice. Now quickly tell me what are the points. Now here again if you dissect, one question what I can think they might ask is that compare and contrast Plato's ideas of justice with that of John Rawls. What will you write? Okay, first for that, what is Plato's idea of justice? Let's forget John Rawls for the moment. What is Plato's idea of justice? Don't tell me all the history and it is dialectics, who is that? Tharismachus told this, Paul Marcus told that, for that reply. No, that is all the explanation part. I did the deduction part. See, one major point. You can say for Plato, the idea of justice was in moral sense, not in legal sense. Okay, so I think there is a quote also for it. Okay, I'll tell who told the quote. I think I've written in my other notes. Anyway, it is more in moral sense, not in legal sense. Okay, then I think somebody told it is based on what? Functional specialization. Then same thing, functional specialization, non-interference. Give new ideas, like if you tell my wife's mother, my mother-in-law, all one point. Think of other things. Do you think Plato's justice is a contract? Is it a contract? It is not a contract. Because if you look into the debates, when he says justice, it is inherent in the human soul. It is not something which we have created. It is already given by God. It is inherent in the soul. Okay, so you can take justice is not a contract. Not a contract. It is inherent in human soul. Then tell me his features of justice. What else apart from this? Okay, so what is the point he is trying to say? You can put across. His idea of justice is based on the idea that inequality is natural. The nature itself has created everybody as what? Unequals. So you can say the idea of justice is based on the idea that inequality is natural. Then what else? Justice is also doing good for all. Because if you look into the debates, what he says, when one fellow says that justice is doing good for your friends, harming your enemies, what did Plato say? He said, how do you decide who is your friend and who is your enemy? So justice as an idea, it is not based on doing good for some or bad for others. Justice as an idea, it is based on what? Good for all.
Can it be said as substantive justice?
Yes, you can, but the problem lies here is that if you actually look at Plato's idea of justice, we cannot say that it includes the component of social justice. You get a point?
Because he is an idealist, I thought like.
No. See, even though he is an idealist, he is an idealist from his point of time. If you actually look at the idea of social justice, it mainly is a modern phenomenon. If you look at most of your, why we say Hobbes, why even Marx told Hobbes is father of us all. If you actually look into Hobbes' contract, it was the very first time when some scholar told every humans are equal in terms, because you don't know, every human has pain and pleasure, everybody wants to have pain. But if you look at these ideas of justice, that is the traditional idea of justice, Plato, Aristotle, even Aristotle you take in that regard, though he gave the idea of distributive justice, retributive justice, but his essential idea of justice is based on the idea that inequality is natural, and this idea of justice is similar. You can see lot of similarities with Hindu political thought. Manu, it speaks about preservation of the social order. Like if you take Manu and Kautilya, they also spoke about Raja Dharma, and one of the Raja Dharma was to protect the Varnashrama system which was there. What did Manu say? That what will happen if this system is functional? Even in Hindu political thought there is functional specialization. What did Manu say? What will happen if this functional specialization is broken? He told Pralay, the world will come to an end. The order in the nation will break down. Here also if you take Aristotle, masters and slaves, master should do what he is capable of doing, the slave should do what he is capable. Take Plato, guardian class, ruling class. I am not going individually, I am telling holistically. If you look at their idea of justice, that is why I told traditional idea of justice is mainly based on the notion of preservation, status quo, duty bound. Modern idea of justice is based on what? Social change. It is not based on the idea of equality. It is not just based on the idea of meritocracy. It is also based on the idea of equity. Understood? And that is when we say that if you know this comparatively, now let us take the same question, compare and contrast Plato, Rawls. Plato, traditional idea of justice, both come within the Western what you can say, political ideas. Plato, justice is not a contract, it is inherent in human soul. But for Rawls, he gives a contract. He tells justice is what we as a society create. He gives the chain link example. If one chain in the link is also weak, the chain will lose its significance. And in idea of Plato, both speak about equality of opportunity. Both. Even if you take Rawls' lexical order, in that the first principle what he employs is liberty, second principle what he employs is that equality of opportunity. Even in Plato there is equal opportunity, because his education system, everybody can take his education system, based on their capacities they will be segregated. But what Plato does not have is that Plato believed that it is more, you can say that his procedure was perfect. But Rawls admitted that in spite of this, there will be some section who won't be able to take the advantage of the equal opportunities. To compensate, he gave the idea of affirmative action. Then you will conclude your answer based on the idea of justice has been an very important component of the Western political philosophy, and it has changed its form from Plato's idea of justice to currently Rawls' idea of social justice or something like that. Okay, or you can start your answer also by saying that justice is the first virtue of any society. Okay, be creative. That's what I told. Try to link and interlink a scholar. Now, if you now you're going to tell, I'll explain what is justice. It doesn't make an ideal introduction. Understood? But to bring this comparative analysis, you have to be very well thorough with. I'm not telling by hearting Plato's idea of justice. No, get an idea of what is Plato's idea of justice. So these are the common features of Plato's idea of justice. He says it is not a contract. It is doing good for all. He says that it is duty bound. And he also says one more thing, state is individual writ large. What do you mean by that? That is also connected to the idea of justice. He says that the idea of justice at individual level and the level of state is one and the same. And that is when he connects the theory of soul. each individual has a soul. Every soul has 3 elements, but all the 3 elements are not equal in every soul. In some soul the element of reason dominates, in some soul the element of courage dominates, in some soul the element of appetite dominates. So that is how he groups them into class. So that is what we can link to his idea of justice. Now if you take education, okay, let us not go into very deep etc. So 0 to 3 what education they were giving, 3 to 6, not required, nobody is going to ask you in exam. But what is a holistic understanding of his education? I will read out just one question. This is a very old question, not asked in recent times, but it was asked in 2007. Okay. Based on this question, let us try to understand the theory. The question says that Plato's communism is a supplementary machinery to give effect to and reinforce the spirit which education is to create. So this was a 2007 PSIR UPSC ka question, and this was asked for, I think at that point of time, for 20 marks, and this is a quote given by Nettleship. See now, 2 advantages of solving previous year question. This quote, now I added it into my notes. Why? If tomorrow there is some question related to Plato's communism education, I can use the viewpoint of Nettleship. Okay. Now let us come to this question now. Tell me what is the demand of the question first. Next we will go into the articulation part. Tell me what did you understand from the question. It is a quote. See sir, I have not read about Nettleship. Nobody is asking you should know Nettleship. Who is Nettleship or what is Nettleship exactly. More important is this thing. Main concern is okay, he is telling how Plato's communism helped to do it. Is it the question?
The demand was an ideal state. The demand was ideal state. In that ideal state, education was required. And it was the idea of communism itself supplemented the idea of education.
Idea of education?
Idea of communism supplemented the education system.
Correct. It is the other way around what you told. It is not that communism supplemented education. The first principle what he says that if you look at Plato's communism is a supplement. It is supplementing what? A machinery to give effect and to reinforce the spirit of education. So the first part of your answer you have to tell what is that spirit that education is bringing in. It goes back to the idea of what he told ideal state. For Plato, ideally, same thing, unless a philosopher becomes a ruler or a ruler knows the art of philosophy, the world will not rest from its evil. Means he told the philosopher have to reason. To select a person who is very rational reason, his scheme of education becomes very important. That is one of the most important tool Plato has designed. To what? To select the ruler. And what is the spirit education brings in? What is the spirit the education brings in here? Because Rousseau told Republic is one of the greatest treatises which is ever written on education. So a person who is coming out of Plato's academy, the philosopher king, what are the qualities that he will have? Reason. Why he needs reason? See, every time when you read something, right, when you read, put questions, why, how, okay, why rationality is needed?
To understand what is good and what is bad.
Basically, reason will help you to understand what is right, what is wrong. Reason will also enable you to take decisions based on rationality rather than passion. It will also gives you a better understanding, because if you remember Plato believed that the world of matter is not real. Don't run behind matter, power, money, etc. The world of ideas is the truth. So you need reason to understand what is the true aspect of a good life the ruler needs to have. That is one part you will be addressing. That is the spirit that education creates. Now come to the second part. He is telling what, Nettleship is telling what? Plato's communism is a supplementary machinery to his education. Now how will you address this part?
So because property
Correct. So you have to go back and tell the problem in Athens was not only that rulers didn't have rationality, the other root cause of corruption was nepotism. And for Plato, nepotism was a bigger evil than corruption. And that is why he knew that even if a person is rational, there are chances if he is married or if he has a family, that rationality will be compromised. So that is why this is a second layer of protection what he has brought, communism of wives and property. That is how the communism and wives and property, it will supplement the spirit which reason has created. And in simple terms, for Plato, a person of high reason or knowledge should be a ruler, and second one, those who have political power should not have economic power or should not have any kind of family link. But then you also have to include in your answer, because it is a 20 marker question, you also have to bring criticism of the ideas presented by him, and that criticism is simple. You can bring the argument saying that there is no guarantee, like Aristotle told, any day you cannot bank on the wisdom of one. The wisdom of collective wisdom is any day is a better protection than completely being wisdom of one. Second one, you can bring more concrete argument saying that even going by Plato's argument, when he gave the theory of soul, no soul has only reason. Every soul has an element of appetite. So what is the guarantee that a person will always act by reason? Third one, as Aristotle brought an argument saying that family and private ownership of property are time tested institutions. They create incentive for better performance. And by denying any person, a child who is born without the love of father, mother, won't have the values of compassion. And such a person becoming a ruler who does not have compassion towards the society can't be expected to bring the welfare of the people at large. So then you will conclude, I would conclude my answer by saying that looking at Plato's ideas, one can deduce that his diagnosis was correct, but his prescription was far worse than the disease. That is how you can end your answer. Now, sir, should I end my answer on positive note? Because usually we say, not necessary, every answer need not be ended on a positive note. Okay, these are certain myths which are there, always write on a positive note, but it does not mean every, like if there is a saying that like we have to write always balanced answer. Okay, so let us take, there is a question, should corruption be legalized? You cannot write answer, no, yes, corruption should be, these are the advantages, corruption should not be legalized, these are the disadvantages. No, your stand should be same, corruption should not be legalized, you have to bring arguments why corruption should not be legalized. Got it? And this quote itself you can use it where? You can use it in any other question which usually speaks on Plato's idea of education or communism, etc. Nettleship. That's why there is no need for you to look for quotes anywhere. Just go into last 10 to 15 years ka question paper. There only have many quotes. You can use it as your answer. Now coming to the other point, since communism we have discussed, what is communism of wives, what is communism of property. Now Aristotle's critique, what was there. and you can also think comparison between Plato's communism and Marx's communism. They have asked this question many times, compare and contrast Plato's communism and Marx. How will you start your answer if this is the question? Compare and contrast Plato's communism with that of Marx's communism. What will be your introduction? Let us say give for 10 marks. Introduction क्या लिखना है?
So the variation in communism has been the reflection of different inequalities in different societies.
See, but what? How will you introduce it? You think the evaluator is naive? Basically, you have to tell na communism idea क्या है? What is the idea behind communism? Start with that. See, if the question was on, let us take like when you can say Hobbes' notion of political obligation, they have asked. Before you go to Hobbes and all, first tell now what is political obligation का मतलब क्या है? You get my point? That's what I told you. You have to identify the type of question. In this question, don't go into communism way. First tell communism का idea क्या है? What is communism? General na, communism is an idea which says that community should own the being. There is no recognition of individual ownership of property. Okay, then you can bring the argument that communism is not just a modern phenomenon given by Marx. Communism had already existed. An idea or type of communism already existed in ancient Greek in form of Plato. So that can be your introduction. Then what will you structure? Because the question is telling compare and contrast. So when it is compare and contrast, first start with similarities. Tell what were similar in both ideas. Or you can look at from a point of view, why both of them gave this idea, they spoke about communism. Why did they speak about communism? The question is why? Correct. Simple logic, both considered private ownership of property to be one of the hindrance to the development of an ideal society or an ideal state. And that is why both spoke about the idea of communism. Both saw private ownership of property is equal. Similarly, both also wanted to create a society or a state which is based on the principle of ideal values. Okay. They don't go and argue that they wanted to build a society on equality, because no, Plato never believed in the idea of that a society can be equal, just it was Marx. And that's why I told you have to be very careful with your choice of words. And tell ideal societies. Now, you can see, now don't write like GS answer, similarities, next you give underline dissimilarities. This is not general studies. There should be connection in one paragraph to other paragraph. Now when you wrote this part, now what will be your connection, connecting paragraph? Now you have to go into the idea of differences.
Superficial similarity was fundamental difference.
Exactly, use that keyword. At dressing level, they seem similar, but when you dig deep, there is a lot of differences than similarity. That will be your connecting sentence. Then what you will go on to write now? Write the differences. One, Plato's communism in that regard was only for two classes, whereas Marx's communism for whole society. Plato's communism was a path to create an ideal state, but Marx's communism was a path to eliminate state or abolition of state, or what the state will wither away. Plato's communism was based on the fact that it is a supplement. You can write the quote of Nettleship of his spirit that education is to create. But Marx's communism was based on the bedrock of violence. So hence you can say that scholars like Barker, that is why they identified that these were two dissimilar ideas. There were more differences than similarities, and that is why Barker called Plato's communism as half communism. End your answer. Got the point? So as I told, answer writing should be more of bringing clarity in your answers rather than just filling in more number of words, etc. Understood? So that's what I told. When you do daily answer writing practice, uska matlab nahi hai just you write and go. No, you won't improve like that. Whatever you write, focus more on the key terms of the question. Focus more on how do you structure the answer. Build certain thematics. When you build certain thematics, you build a design. That design can be used into different areas. The question might be different, but the approach will remain the same. I don't know. So in these kind of questions, when they have asked about communism, they have asked about political obligation, they have asked about socialism, define these ideas. Define the ideas. If somebody asks about Plato's ideas of ethics, here you don't need to go and to say that what is ethics. You can write his father of political. So you have to know where to define, where not to define. Understood? Got the point? Any doubt in this part? Now coming to the other part is that his views on law or ordinance. So one question they have asked popularly is that no law or ordinance is mightier than the knowledge of philosopher king. Comment. How will you approach this question? No law or ordinance is mightier than the knowledge of philosopher king. How will you address this question? So this is connected to Plato's ideas or views on law, okay, if you go into the base of the idea. So how do you introduce your answer here? What will be your introduction? What is the introduction that you can build or you can think of? Obviously here you are not going to tell law is set of rules which exist. That doesn't make sense. So what is your introduction? Be specific.
Philosopher king is the man of highest reason who can never make mistake.
Okay, but that is okay, that you can come into later. But to start your answer with, how we can better start? So one here, it is always better you start with Plato. Give an introduction about Plato. Plato is considered as the father of political philosophy. He has given a key idea called as the rule of the philosopher king in his book Republic. And in this book Republic, he says that the philosopher king is above the law. And then you connect to the point, why is he arguing, or what is the argument put forward by Plato that why this philosopher king is above the law? What will you write now? Introduction, or you told about Plato, you have told in which book he has given this idea, and now you have to bring argument saying that why this fellow is given this statement, or what is the meaning of that statement. What will you write? Don't go into the argument that he has reason. This statement, there is also negative connotation to it. Plato has more faith on the reason of the philosopher king than the law. So basically you have to write here what was the limitation of the law he spoke about. He told law has a lot of limitations. One, what? It is not flexible. Second one, what? It cannot address emergency situations. You cannot always stick to law. Third, he told when a person like philosopher king, he has so much reason, asking him to take decisions according to what law has been framed, he told it is like asking an expert medical practitioner to look at medical science book and give the prescription. And that is why he made what? Philosopher king is above the law. So the rule of law didn't apply to the philosopher king in Plato's Republic. Then you will bring the critic, you can say. However, the idea might sound very good, but it is with lot of what you can say criticism or critics are there. Aristotle, he told any ideal state should be based on rule of law, because individual cannot be trusted with so much power. Absolute power corrupts a person absolutely. Second one, law represents collective wisdom. Any day collective average wisdom is better than the wisdom of one great individual. And that is why you can also write, Karl Popper in his book Enemies of Open Society categorized Plato as one of the enemy of open society, because he built a society which completely revolves in the hands of philosopher king, and that is why he called him as the forerunner of totalitarianism. And then you can bring an argument, these ideas were remainder ideas, because actually Plato's philosopher king didn't come into reality, it is remained as an idea. And in present today's world, we are living on the ideas of Aristotle's concept, rule of law. And history has shown us that when too much power is given in hands of one person, what can happen? Connect to the present also, be prescriptive also in your answer. Try to tell what are the dangers of placing a person above the law. Understood? So this is how you need to structure your answer here. Got the point? So that's why I told, the most important part of your exam writing is structuring your answers. It's not only about content. Everybody will have content. It's more important that how do you structure your content. That plays a very key role, and that's why I told that you need to practice. That's why I told previous year questions, write a lot. Apart from test series and all, write lot of PYQs. And when you write PYQs, these are the what you can say standards where you have to, that's why we say you can do a lot of answer self-evaluation, but you have to do through the critical lens, not through the lens of Dhritarashtra, because you can be very compassionate towards your own answers, saying that my answer I have written very well. But only when you look through critical lens, then you can find, okay, what are the faults in my answer, that how I can structure my answer better. And end of the day, that's what I told. This exam is completely based on what is the perception you build in the mind of the evaluator with the clarity of the thought what you bring. So three things: structuring of the answer, addressing the demand of the question, third one, interlinking of scholars in that regard, fourth one, trying to bring out your own conclusion. Take a stand on your conclusion. Understood? Any doubt in this part? Okay. So these are the major questions which has come on Plato. But the recent question which has come on Plato, I told only one question had come in recent times. What was the question on Plato which had come in recent times? Is that Plato was an enemy of open society, Popper comment in 2015. Plato was an enemy of open society. Ten marks, 150 words, 2015. Now tell me what is the introduction you will be writing in this question. Plato is the enemy of open society, Popper, and they are asking you to comment on it. See, whenever you look at the word in a UPSC ka question, every time it will be either comment, discuss, critically examine, elucidate, etc. etc. When they are telling you to comment on it, comment ka matlab is not that you just explain what he criticized. That is one part of your answer. The other part of your answer, what is your thoughts on his criticism? Do you think his criticism is valid, or do you think that his criticism is extreme? So how based, this is the idea. So how will you structure your answer based on this particular idea? So always it is to start with introduction. So what will be your ideal intro here? What can be an ideal introduction, if you think? You have three options. One, you can say, I'll start with Plato, sir. Plato is father of political philosophy, etc., etc., blah blah blah. Or you can tell, okay, I'll start with definition of what is an open society. Or you can say, I'll bring the context. So I would suggest you start with the context. The context that Popper, in his book Open Society and Its Enemies, categorized Plato to be one of the person whose ideas went against the grains of an open society. There you connect what is an open society, a society which is based on freedom of individuals, where individuals are allowed to take their own decisions, question the rulers. But however, Plato's philosopher king, what Popper said, he placed him above the law. He gave complete power to the philosopher king, and that is why Popper and his communism of wives and property took away the individual rights, means he entered the private sphere of individuals, and that is why Popper was highly critical, and he went to an extent call him as the forerunner of fascism, or you can say he called him as the first fascist. But then you have to bring your analysis now. You can say Popper has been too critical on Plato. Popper has failed to understand under what context Plato gave these ideas. And comparing Plato to fascism or Hitler is a wrong analogy, because Plato's ideas were not aimed to create a totalitarian state, it was mainly to create an ideal state, and he just wanted a person who is highly rational to become a philosopher, to become a ruler. But the problem lies in Plato is that same dialogue, that his diagnosis was correct, but his prescription was far worse than the disease. The second part is very important. You have to bring your analysis. What many people will do is that they'll explain what Popper told and they'll end the answer there. You won't get marks, because the question is not they're asking what is Popper's criticism of Plato. The question is comment on it. Comment means bring your thoughts on it. So what is your thought? Do you agree with what is Popper saying, or do you agree to certain extent what he is saying, or you completely disagree with what Popper is saying? You can choose either of the three of them, and that's what I told. See, that is now what you took, that is my opinion. You can frame your own opinion on it, but that's what I told. For that you need to think, you need to analyze. So that's why I told, in exam marks will be awarded to lot of analysis, not plain writing of viewpoints. Okay, that is a misconception what is there. We'll write many scholars as much as possible. Like some students say, sir, we wrote 3 scholars, 4 scholars. No, it also depends upon how we have connected the idea, how we have analyzed the idea. Just by writing scholars you won't get marks. Similarly, not writing any scholars also you won't get marks. 1 or 2 scholars should bring into your arguments. Got the point? So these are the major questions which have come on Plato. So as I told now, if you are going to make a short notes now, so what will be there in your short notes? Ideal introduction, ideal conclusion, critics, people who have supported Plato, that's it. This you need to keep revising, and you should have only keywords. 1-page notes, that is enough, because 1-page notes you can revise as much times as possible. 3 to 4 times you can revise. When you have revised 3 to 4 times, obviously you are going to bring it on paper. And suppose let us think you have read only once, the notes is very big. Obviously what will happen when a question comes, you don't know how to start with, or the time is too short. Now what will happen, you will just write whatever comes to your mind, and that is when the quality of the answer will go down. Understood? And that is why we say short notes is always important for any type of GS paper 1, GS paper 2 or optional. Okay, with optional it is much easier to make short notes. Why? Because optional is much static. Even if you take IR, that is a myth among students that IR they are asking too much dynamic questions. You look into IR questions, they are revolving around the same thing. Like NPT, if you take, they have asked NPT at least some 6 times in last 8 years. Last year also they have asked, how is India contributed to the evolution of the nuclear world order? Not very different. And that's what I told, there are many myths like IR, very vast, very diverse, how to know. IR is actually much easier, but 2 problems in IR. One, you have to know how to write. That is more important. Second one, you have to know how to pick issues. Like Narendra Modi's visit to US sets the context. India was a leader of G20. Obviously, you have to know points here. Under India's leadership, what are the steps they have taken? But that they won't ask generally. You have to connect to the larger aspect of global south. Because we are also reading out a chapter called as the developing countries, globalization from developing countries perspective, post-colonial perspective. India as a leader of global south. In your syllabus only it is there. Just connect to these ideas. Okay, and you can see on, I think in Hindu or something an article had come, how India as a leader of G20 can contribute to the voice of the global south in bringing WTO reforms. Understood? So that's why I told, when you sit and pick up certain issues, certain themes, it is very easy to prepare. You can prepare with good content. And that's what I told, without good content you cannot get good marks. Content also plays a key role, and that's what I told, don't try to look for content. Previous year questions itself is enough for you to content. This is a sample I told that how you can go with Plato. That's why I took some time for Plato more to get to an understanding that how you can approach it. Understood? Any doubts you have in this you can ask. Online students also, if you have any doubts you can just type in your doubts what you have. For every thinker I want you to have 2-3 ideal introductions, 2-3 ideal conclusions, just small name of scholars and what is their critic, and please always remember, focus on the demand of the question. Don't rampantly just write a theory. See what is the question they have asked, focus on the demand of the question, then you will be able to write. Now the next scholar is what? Aristotle. You want a break or we will continue? Break? 5-10 minutes. It's your comfort level, I don't mind.
Half an hour later. Half an hour later.
Okay. So what is it, 10:43 na? We will take at 11:15 or something like that. Is it fine? Now you want 10 minutes break. How many of you want break? Democracy, let it. Only one. But now he might argue that the tyranny of the majority or the minority does not. Okay, anyway, we will do Aristotle, then we will take a 10 minutes break. Okay, now let us look into first of all what questions they have asked on Aristotle. So just take down the questions. See, many times why we will ask you to take down the question is that, sir, it's there in the book only. Write the question. Many times that quotes, what is there? See, to remember the quotes and all, you have to take a empty page or something, keep practicing writing the quotes, otherwise it won't come. Okay, why I was good in quotes is that whenever I used to prepare, I used to have a separate sheets in that regard for every scholar. I used to practice writing quotes. There are two advantages. These quotes what you read is not only useful for PSIR, it is also used for your ethics paper, for your essay paper, and certain times even GS1 ka paper or GS2 ka paper you can use. But in GS don't use scholars and all. Don't try to write about Foucault's postmodernist perspective and all. There you can just keep it general, but general quotes are there, that you can use. Okay. Now if you look at Aristotle, now the question you can take down. First one, Aristotle's conception of equality in 2015 they have asked. Aristotle's conception of equality. So this was asked for 10 marks in 2015. And in 2014 they asked a question central to Aristotle's political thought. Central to Aristotle's political thought is his classification of different types of constitution in politics. 2014. Then the other question in 2017 they have asked was that everywhere inequality is a cause of revolution. Aristotle. They were asked in 2017 for 15 marks and they were asked to comment on it. Then in 2021 they were asked explain the Aristotelian view of politics and to what extent it has contributed to modern day development of constitutional democracies. 20 marks in UPSC exam 2021. So these were certain recent questions which have been asked on Aristotle. So when you actually read what you have studied about Aristotle, what are the important ideas can you tell about Aristotle you have read? What are important ideas? It's okay, tell. Okay, very good. You studied about his idea of rule of law. Then you can say can we call his theory of state as organic theory of state? Okay, organic state. Okay, his idea on slavery, his idea on citizenship. We can also call him as the father of comparative politics because he started the tradition of comparing constitutions. He's also spoken about the idea of a revolution. But you need to understand his idea of revolution is completely different. The idea given by Marx in that regard. Any other idea? Same thing. Okay, see, now when you speak about his idea of equality, or let us take justice, this we can tell are particulars. This you can tell is deductive. Based on what you have read here, you have to deduce that what was his idea of equality. So you can write treating equals equally, unequals unequally. He told justice is treating equals equally and it is equally injustice to treat unequals unequally. You can mind, it is a deduction. You have to deduce this from the important ideas what he has given. Now let us look into, before going into each part, let us look into some of the questions and let us see how we can connect these ideas in these questions. Okay, starting with first question, Aristotle's conception of equality, and the asked is for 10 marks in 2015. Now tell me what will be your answer here. What will be your introduction? The question is on Aristotle conception of equality. The keywords: Aristotle's concept of equality, means Aristotle's view on equality. So what will be your introduction?
So we can start with that.
What quote? Okay. Treating equals equally and unequals unequally. Now what I would say is that instead of starting with a quote, here you start with saying that in every epoch the idea of justice is closely related to the idea of equality. So was the case in times of Greece, and there you can tell where Aristotle believed in a idea of proportionate equality, and then you connect to this quote. Then you can say that Aristotle's writings gives us more clarity on what you can say equality through his various theories. For example, in his idea of slavery, where he said, you can use the quote, "From hour of birth, some are born to rule, others to serve," where he justified natural inequality. At one point you can write. Then in his idea of citizenship, he did not give citizenship, or he denied citizenship to women, children, old, slaves. On various grounds. Don't explain, because this is a 10 marker question, you cannot go and explain why he denied. There also we can see the notion of proportionate equality. So in a way Aristotle mooted the idea of equality based on meritocracy, but then you have to bring the critical evaluation. So one, you can say these are all traditional ideas or arguments of equality which are not acceptable in modern day times. In modern day times, the idea of social justice is not only based on a meritocratic society, but it is also based on the principle of equity. Okay, but however Aristotle, compared to his time period in that regard, or the social conditions at that point of time, he gave a very narrow description of equality which we cannot accept in modern times. Okay, or you have other option, you can bring Rousseau's argument, saying that Aristotle failed to distinguish between socially created inequalities and naturally created inequalities. He saw both as one and the same. That was one of the problem in his concept of equality. Okay, so be more analytical, try to link. So that's why I told here, when you want to write about the idea of equality, there is no direct theory that where Aristotle spoken about equality. This is deduction. You have to deduce his ideas from various theories what he has given, and then you have to comment on that idea, because they have not asked what is Aristotle's idea of equality. They are asking what? Comment on the Aristotle conception of equality. So this is where you have to bring interlink. See, it is simple. The whole political science answer writing is form of thesis, antithesis and synthesis. For every argument there is a counter argument. You have to show that. Discuss same thing. Explain first what is Aristotle, what is his idea of equality. Then bring other scholars in to say that where Aristotle is very narrow in his description. And see, in your answer you can always speak about, make sure that in your answers you speak about the idea of social justice. Okay, being a student of political science, you have to be able to bring these ideas in your answer. That is the arguments what you can. And don't make the mistake of going into saying that now if you look at Indian constitution in article 14 they speak. Don't try to bring Indian constitution all in Aristotle question. It depends upon, I told, in which kind of questions you will know. For these kind of questions there is no need to bring in the end saying that Indian constitution is there in article 14 or we follow idea of affirmative. If you want, you bring ideas of scholars over there. Okay, you can tell Hans Barker. says equality is meaningful only when it is qualified by the principle of fraternity. That is nothing but equality plus fraternity is equal to equity. You can use that. So here you can bring interlinkages with ideas of Aristotle plus the theories what you have read in equality chapter. Right? You have Western political thought, then you have political theories. In you will read about liberty, equality, justice, democracy. You have to bring those scholars there also, try to compare. Okay, build interlinking. Don't again read in silo. When you think about equality, equality is a very broad concept, right? You take Ronald Dworkin, who spoke about equality of resources, Amartya Sen, who spoke about equality of capability. If you take this, who is that, Nozick, Hayek, etc., they spoke about equality of this thing, opportunity. They told only you can give procedural equality, you cannot give substantive equality, because they believed social justice is a mirage. But you can also speak about Gandhi, Immanuel Kant, Ambedkar, what kind of equality they spoke about. See, why I am telling is that there is no separate theory like that. This is your analysis or my analysis, what we can bring on paper. We can agree, right? Immanuel Kant, Gandhi, Ambedkar all spoke about equality of dignity. Gandhi told you cannot keep people in equal income, but definitely we can ensure that every person who was born as a human being should be treated in a dignified way. Immanuel Kant told the same idea of categorical imperative. Ambedkar also spoke about dignity, because when he spoke about the inequality within the Hindu social structure, right, he never told about we have to establish equality in all spheres. He told at least humans should have a basic level of dignity, and that is what Gandhi's idea of dignity of labor. He told you cannot pay a lawyer and a sweeper same salary. Of course there will be difference in salary, but a sweeper should also get the same respect as a lawyer, because both are doing some kind of work. Understood? So that you can group into what? The idea of equality of dignity. And we can say today, especially, see, you can connect to today's ideas. You can tell today when the world is going through attack on migrants, suppression of minorities, the idea of dignity becomes very important. And equality of dignity is also closely connected to the idea of human rights. Take the declaration of Universal Declaration of Human Rights. All humans are born equal in terms of dignity, or have to be treated in dignified. Got it? So that's what I told. Build lot of interlinkages when you, so when you are writing a question or when you are reading about equality of Aristotle, connect broadly. What are the different ideas of equality which are there? So when you have that broad connection, then it is very easy for you to use which lens to analyze the question. But if you study them in compartment and silo, what will happen? Then that broad over depth will won't go. That is easy to identify in your writing, that you lack depth in your answer. Understood? So that is why we say you need certain amount of depth, and when you write, you will consistently get scores. So when I wrote in 2016 in paper 1, I think I scored around 145 or something. When I wrote in 2017, I got again 149 or 150. You will get decent score. Like if you want to score 160, 170, as I told, maybe all your answers should be equally good in that. There are people who have scored 180, 160. Why? Because it's a practice which they do. So understood that how you can approach this question. Okay, so that's why I told, look it in a broad way, don't see it in a very narrow way. But the challenge will be what? You presenting that answer within 150 words. Don't forget space, time, word limit. That is also there. And that is what I told, how to reduce the amount of quantum of words, use lot of keywords. That will reduce the amount of words you take to explain things. And that also creates a positive image in the evaluator. See, when we write IR, there is a language of IR, right? If you don't bring it on paper, obviously the answer will look, it is written from a generalist. So even when you write political theory, bring lot of languages. And how to do that? It's very easy. Just keep looking at certain quotes, look at certain toppers' answers who have scored very well. Okay, like last time we have uploaded on our Telegram channel of Shravan Kumar, who scored 144. Okay, his language is very good, what he uses in paper 1. Understood? So try to do that more. Now going on to the second question. Central to Aristotle's political thought is his classification of different types of constitution and different types of constitution in politics, and they are asking you to analyze or discuss. Now here lies the question. The question is not about, the question is about to understand what is the demand of the question, what is there. So tell me first of all, what is the demand of the question and how do you structure your answer here? How will you structure? Central to Aristotle's political thought was his classification of different types of constitution. Obviously, one thing you can say, he is speaking about his classification of constitution. That is a question which is related to. But how will you structure it? And the key word is telling central to Aristotle's thought. So, central to Aristotle's thought ka matlab, he has given many ideas, but the main idea, recurring theme in his idea is what? Classification of constitution. Why was that a main theme? Aristotle, you can say, why we call him as the father of comparative politics. The reason is that Aristotle wanted to identify what is an ideal state, not based on normative things. He also brought lot of empirical analysis, observation, and that is why he observed, he studied 158 constitutions across the world. And what did he observe? Through his observation, he deciphered the strength and weaknesses in different types of constitution. And here you have to mention in your answer, in Aristotelian sense, constitution refers to state, because he does not make a, because the distinction didn't exist in that time. Now when we say state is different, constitution is different. But in Aristotelian language, when he says classification of constitution, it is nothing but classification of states. And in that classification, he went into explaining the positives and the negatives of different types of constitution. So take Machiavelli. What is Machiavelli? He classified constitution into two ways, based on numbers. Okay. So, based on number of rulers, one is the foundation of his classification. Second one, the quality of rule. So, this can be categorized into two types, pure and perverted. So, number of rulers, one ruler. So, what is the classification? So, Machiavelli means what? Keep a code. Monarchy, aristocracy, polity. Tod refers to what? Tyranny. Oligarchy. And then what? Democracy. This is only what is called as Machiavelli. And here you need to understand, it's not in segregation. He says it's a cycle. Why cycle? Monarchy told it is good. The ruler will take decisions very effectively, etc. But the problem is that he says that at end of the day, absolute power will corrupt a person absolutely. So, monarchy will change into tyranny. He becomes a tyrant. Obviously, when he becomes a tyrant, he will be overthrown. When he is overthrown, few people will capture power, and that is when aristocracy. It is rule of few. This is rule of one. This is rule of few. Aristocrats also, in initial period they will be good, they will be ruling well, etc. But even they, over the period of time, it becomes oligarchy. Means oligarchy is when they become oppressive. That is when they will be overthrown. Polity is a rule of middle class. There he says about the rich are very arrogant. They don't respect the rule of law. The poor do not know how to rule. So both of them will trust the middle class. So for him, polity is a mixture of democracy and aristocracy. It's a fusion between aristocracy and. So you can see this fusion is found with which other scholar, if you think. Because this scholar was also influenced by Aristotle, reading Aristotle, and he also brought it. Can you name that scholar whom you can interlink this with? Hannah Arendt is different. Hannah Arendt spoke about civic republicanism, that people have to participate. But which other scholar brought? Don't you think J.S. Mill? He introduced the elements of aristocracy into democracy. That is why he is called as a reluctant democrat, right? Because he also told, waited watching House of Lords should be there, etc. Same idea. Aristotle also same thing. He told about, for him democracy is a perverted form of government because the rule of poor or rule of many, the problem is that they don't know how to rule. So that is why this he called as the golden mean. So this you have to tell why it was central to his idea. But then you can write one or two criticism of the idea, saying that in modern day times the experts, they criticize this classification. Why? One, it's not so easy to, it's not empirical or scientific to classify just based on numbers. The point is that when you tell one person is ruling, it might be that if you go by Steve Luke's analysis of power, he says decision making process, agenda setting process, thought controlling process. If you look from decision making perspective, one person might be ruling, but who is setting the agenda, it might be somebody else. So in that regard, this is not a scientific thing. Second, in present day times, Churchill only, right, told democracy might be the worst form of government, but it is the best until we have an alternative. But however, nobody can deny that Aristotle's contribution to the growth of science within politics, and that is why rightly he is called as the father of political science, the father of comparative politics. And Aristotle's contribution in this regard is seen that today the comparative politics itself has grown into a separate field, something like that you end your answer with. Got it? So that's why I said when you read the question, try to decipher the question correctly, try to understand what is the exact thing they are asking in the question, then you connect whatever you have read. Okay, many mistakes what students will do is that they will just try to reproduce whatever they have read in the notes directly on the paper. It cannot happen like that. You should go by, because the question they would have modified the question slightly. Theories will remain the same. It's all about how do you articulate. I don't know, interlink, you think when you are reading J.S. Mill, think there is a lot of similarities with what Aristotle says and what J.S. Mill says. Understood? Any doubt in this question? Everywhere inequality is the cause of revolution, Aristotle comment. Okay, how will you answer this question? Okay, this question I had written in exam in 2017. I don't know, the paper which I got 150. When I actually wrote my answers, I was highly underconfident because I had never read about Aristotle's idea on revolution. It is there in lexicon, some manual guide is there for political science. Somewhere they have given that. I had just read broadly. I knew about some basic things like what is a revolution according to Aristotle. He speaks about particular revolution or general causes. Okay, this was the idea which I had. But rest of the answer what I wrote in the exam is what my made up points. See, why I am telling is that many people what mistake they will tend to do is that they will write more on Aristotle rather than the quote. Here the important demand of the question is not Aristotle, what he has said. On that you have to comment. So to introduce your answer, you can say that Aristotle is in his book, what is the name of the book written by Aristotle? Politics. Speaks about instability of states. There you tell about what according to Aristotle is revolution. There you need to explain, according to Aristotle, revolution does not mean the violent overthrow. Even a small change in the constitution is considered as a revolution. And then you go on to say, Aristotle spoke about there are general causes, there are particular causes for revolution. Don't need to explain what is particular cause and all, because that is not the demand of the question. The question is from this regard. There you connect one general cause Aristotle told in any kind of political system, monarchy, aristocracy, inequality leads to revolution. We have to explain why. Because there is a contradiction. Aristotle himself says that inequality is natural, but Aristotle himself also says that inequality has to be controlled. Now what Aristotle is trying to say here is that he knows in reality equality cannot be created, but people don't know that. Every person wants to be treated equally. It's a natural desire among humans to be equal. And he says that this natural desire leads to what? Even when you make distribution based on meritocracy, the people who didn't get, they will be always dissatisfied. They will be always looking for reason to overthrow the present regime. And that is why Aristotle says even a perception of inequality needs to be addressed, or you need to create a perception of equality within society. Then you connect the question saying that what Aristotle has said is true. That is why he is father of political science. What he told thousands of years back, he is holding true even today in modern day societies. Take Russian Revolution, take the American Revolution, take the French Revolution, or take even the present day Arab Spring which happened across West Asian countries. Or the Oxfam in its report has warned different countries that increasing inequality can be the grounds for what? Political instability. And the recent economic situation in Sri Lanka is a witness to it. Hence, Aristotle also prescribed certain measures that has to be taken by the rulers to control inequality. So that is why you can say, you can write something praising Aristotle for his inputs, what he has given. So here I won't write any counter ideas. There is nothing called as criticism of Aristotle, because you cannot disagree with what he is saying. Right, any type of inequality everywhere, social inequality, political inequality. Take American Revolution was more of economic inequality. French was more about social inequality. Understood? So this is how you will be constructing your answer. So here you need to connect to the present times. You need to connect that what he told way back holds true even today. So that is why in modern states, one of the states, the legitimacy is based on to what extent the state has been successful in building the perception of equality. Got the point? So for this is the question, this is how you have to approach. But if you have just written theory, he told at that point of time there is particular cause, general cause, and you go on explaining general cause, particular cause, that does not meet the demand of the question. The demand of the question is here. You need to explain what he told, then you also have to write about the implication of these ideas in present times. Got it? Any doubt in this part? Or you have any point to add on? Pardon me? What you can, one thing write about is that you are telling to link Marx. You can say that for Marx, any kind of revolution, it cannot happen without violence. But nowhere in Aristotelian idea, you see, Marx told about revolution to bring a change. He told revolution should happen. Aristotle is telling methods to stop revolution. So their agenda is only different. Okay, Aristotle's book, what is that, Politics, it's a prescription for the rulers that how they have to manage to ensure to prevent a revolution from happening. So it is more of status quo, his prescription. Marx is speaking of revolution from what? For him change should happen. For that change should happen, revolution is a must.
So what are those measures, like benevolent or?
He has told some particular measure. He told one, when the state goes to a war and the plunder what they have done, that should be equally distributed among all communities. Second one, he says that when political positions are given, you have to make sure that all communities are included in that regard, even at representation level. So these are certain general measures what he has given at large. Okay, but again he himself says that it is impossible to create what? The perfect equality. That is not possible. For him, equality in the terms of what? Those who are deserving, they have to get. That have to be managed. And that is why he said in monarchy, who are the main causes of revolution? The family members of the monarch. The other princes, they will have the desire to become rulers, they will inject. In aristocracy, if you go within that, there will be one more class of aristocrats who are not in power, they will try to bring down the government. In that regard. In democracy, it is common man, because common man's perception that he wants to be equal. Understood? So that's what I told here, linking Marx is different, because Marx's prescription of revolution is he wants revolution to happen. Aristotle is recommending measures that how to prevent a revolution. It is more of status quo. And last question, this they have asked in 2021. Explain the Aristotelian view of politics and to what extent it has contributed to modern day development of constitutional democracies. So there are two aspects in the question. One is you have to explain what are the important ideas in politics given by Aristotle. Second, you also have to build a connection to what? The modern day constitutional democracy. So they are asking a question. If you simplify the question, what you can understand in simple terms, how Aristotelian ideas have shaped the modern day, or to what extent. You cannot tell Aristotle ideas itself completely built the concentrated constitutional democracies, but to what extent his ideas have contributed to growth of constitutional democracy. Means here the key point is that you have to know what are the features of constitutional democracy. What are the features of constitutional democracy? Rule of law, then citizenship, then I think somebody also told people's participation, then the modern day democracies are also based on the idea of political equality, one man, one vote in that regard. Fifth one you can write, but you can say more important part is what? Separation of powers. And modern day democracies are also based on the idea of elections, frequent elections, government of the people, by the people, for the people. This is not the answer I am telling you. What is constitutional democracy? Let's come to the question now. Question they are asking is what? What is Aristotle's view on politics? That you can easily write. You will introduce your answer to Aristotle, give his major ideas. He spoke about the idea of what is it? Polity. Polity is the best form of state. Explain why polity is based on rule of law, etc., etc. But the question, second part of the question, they are asking to what extent Aristotle's ideas has shaped. So you can say one thing is that his idea of rule of law is currently one of the core feature of the modern day constitutional democracies, because constitutional democracies believes that no person is above the law. Second one, modern day democracies also speak about people's participation. They have to perform certain functions, and that was Aristotle's civic republicanism, that there was a civic responsibility of individuals to participate. The idea of citizenship is also there. You can see modern day constitutional democracies, the rights are mainly given to citizens. But however, we cannot tell all ideas of Aristotle have shaped modern day democracy. Some of his ideas are contradictory to the modern day idea of democracy. What kind of idea? One, the idea of equality. Aristotle only spoke about proportionate equality, but modern day ideas of equality is based on what? Substantiative equality. Second one, Aristotle gave citizenship based on functions, duties what, but modern day idea of constitutional democracy is give you citizenship based on rights in that regard, irrespective of what function you perform at large. And the other idea you can say, in the modern day democracies there is clear separation of powers, but that was not so clear with respect to Aristotle's ideas. But nevertheless, we can say based on Aristotle ideas, the liberal theories they started to develop and they contributed to the present stage of modern day constitutional democracy like Locke, Mill, etc. So this should be your answer. Getting the point? So it's a mixture of two. You can see how the exam trend is changing. Before they only used to ask on one scholar, but now they started to link the scholar to modern day ideas. Understood? So that's why I told here the important is that when you have studied your ideologies chapter, or even if you studied democracy chapter, there you will read about different types of democracy. What do you mean by constitutional democracy? This is a traditional idea of democracy, that there should be a constitution and that constitution protect the democratic values. That is what we call as a constitutional democracy. Understood? So that they are asking that how Aristotle has, or to what extent Aristotle ideas have shaped this idea of democracy. And that is why I told, whenever you look at the question, try to identify the key terms, try to connect to the key terms. See, this you have to practice now. If you practice now, in exam thoughts will come quickly. But in exam, let us think, if you sit now and think what is constitutional democracy, features kya hai, obviously 10 minutes will go there only, even before you write the answer. So obviously then there will be a compromise on how many questions you write or the quality of the answer. So that's why we keep stressing solve a lot of PYQs. Think about PYQs, because PYQs will give you directions. It will help you to develop a thematic approach, how to approach the exam or how to approach the scholars. It will also help you to interlink scholars. Okay, now that's what I told. You brought an interlink between Aristotle, J.S. Mill. Okay, because J.S. Mill was also a person who has contributed to the growth of constitutional democracy, because he spoke about representative model of democracy. And even if you look at Aristotle, he also introduced certain aristocratic elements within democracy. That is what he called as polity. Modern day democracy is same now, weighted voting, what is it, upper house, 2 houses will be there, second house will play a safeguard. Same ideas he had given way back. The idea of citizenship you can say, but the difference is what? He spoke about the idea of citizenship in a narrower terms, but present day idea of modern democracies are based on wider terms. Citizenship is based on birth, irrespective of what you duty you perform. But he eliminated certain sections of society from being citizens. So that's what I told, build lot of interlinkages. So what you have studied, it's knowledge. In exam, what requires? Integrating the knowledge and presenting on the paper based on what is the demand of the question. And quotes, scholars, this is all cherry on the cake to amplify the quality of your answer. Okay, but either won't work. If you just write quotations without addressing the demand of the question, that also won't work. Or if you address the demand of the question without writing any kind of this cherry on the cake, then also your answer won't reflect the political science flair. That's why I told, it's a fusion of both. How much to fuse, how much to think depends upon the questions. And when you will get that expertise, the more number of questions you solve. I am not telling write all questions, not required. Endless writing does not work. Again, point. Any writing without thinking, no use. Similarly, only thinking without writing is also no use. So you have to do both. You have to think and you have to write. Now what will happen, because what we have seen in Bangalore is that many students they do answer writing. Okay, what is their idea of answer writing? Every day they will write one answer. They have no content first of all to write an answer. If you see, now what will happen is that, sir, I will write answer for a question of Plato. That is fine, that is only for your analysis, how you can present your answer. But if you look in actual exam questions, they are not asking only about Plato now, they are linking Plato to somebody else. For that you should have done thinking. If you have not done thinking, you cannot sit in examination hall and think like Buddha, you get enlightened. No. That's what I told, there is nothing called as enlightenment, you have to get self-enlightenment. That will only come if you look at different questions and if you try to discuss like what we are doing, trying to discuss how do we approach the question, what we can interlink, then you will understand. Understood? So this is about Plato and Aristotle. So we took bit of time here because only to get hold of the approach, but from Machiavelli we'll go quickly. Okay, like what are the important ideas, because we cannot spend more time. How many questions will come from, if you look at all the papers, largely 2 questions will come from this part. 2 questions. Any 2 thinkers they would have asked, because along with this you have Indian political thought. They are started asking more questions on Indian political thought also, but that is easy to be managed actually. If you see Indian political thought is because it's very limited content and very easy to produce the answer. Okay, so after the break, 10 minutes break you can take, we will start Machiavelli and let's look at what are the questions of Machiavelli, then Hobbes, Locke. So today we will try to, because I think we won't be able to cover all the Western political thinkers, but we will try tomorrow, we will continue with the rest of the Western political thinkers and we will go into political theories. That's what I told, political theories also don't read in silo. Whatever you have read as scholars, they come back again in your same, what is that, equality, liberty, democracy. Okay, and democracy, you see, democracy is one of the most important chapter because every year they have asked a question on democracy. Participation, deliberation, first how they used to ask. They used to ask in silo, comment on representative model, comment on participation. Now they have started to mix. That is a trend what they are asking the question. Okay, so that we will do tomorrow, but today we will end up with Western political thoughts. Okay, the PSIR course for 2024 exam, one batch has been already started, the second batch will start in August first week. Okay, Aristotle and Plato are similar ideas. There are certain similarities because end of the day Aristotle is one of the greatest Platonists. He has been influenced by many Plato's ideas, but there are also differences in Plato's. That we will do if you want after the break. So for online students, we are taking a break of 10 minutes. We will start again. Okay, we will now start with Machiavelli. So first let's look into what are the questions which has been asked on Machiavelli, or what are the themes which is there in Machiavelli. So when we look Machiavelli questions, one question they have asked in 2018 is that critically examine Machiavelli's view on religion and politics. So this was asked in 2018 for 15 marks. Then the other question they have asked in 2020. So again you can say repeated theme, same question they have asked on Machiavelli's secularism comment. Machiavelli's secularism comment. Ten marks, 150 words. Then in 2014 they have asked a question, explain how Machiavelli's application of empirical method to human affairs marks an important stage in evolution of political science. This they have asked for 20 marks. And one more question, but it is similar in nature. Machiavelli as forerunner of behavioralism. Machiavelli as forerunner of behavioralism. Now let us go into the first themed based questions which are there, that is Machiavelli's secularism and critically examine Machiavelli's view on religion and politics. So what you can start your answer with here, because if you go into major ideas of Machiavelli is what? Machiavelli is a medieval thinker. Machiavelli is what we can say, he comes during the time period when you can say the idea of Western political thought is seeing a change, okay, from ancient, or you can say from medieval. He is breaking the shackles of medieval mentality, but he is not completely removed the shackles also, because we say the most important idea of modern political thought is what? The most important idea, it is sovereignty. That is when we say nation state. When you say the nation state, the idea of sovereign comes. But we discussed now before why it was Hobbes who is considered as the first modern thinker, and it is not Machiavelli or Bodin. So he is influenced by various things, right? Renaissance, rationality, scientific thinking. He is also not focusing on other worldly things. He is focusing not on metaphysical things. He is focusing on day-to-day affairs. And you also have to understand Machiavelli's core concern was that Italy at that point of time was not a nation state. it was still city states. The unification of Italy was happening, or should have, he wanted to happen. And you can see Machiavelli was usually, he was a diplomat, he also worked as a diplomat, and many times he was called as Zero, Mr. Zero. Why? Because the country, the state he came from, Florence, they didn't have any influence in global politics, or that time the European politics. And that is why Machiavelli understood power is very central to influence, and that is why Machiavelli spoke about what? You need to build a powerful state. To build a powerful state, he believed that there should be one single ruler, and that is why Machiavelli's Prince, he calls for monarchy, but in his second book, Discourses, he speaks about republican state. In a way, we can say there is a quote of Machiavelli, I will just read out. This is, he is told in his book Prince. Okay, he says, single rulers are necessary to bring reforms in states, and republican governments are better at sustaining them. One second, I repeat again, single rulers are necessary to reform the state. Single rulers are necessary to reform the state, whereas republican governments are better at sustaining them. Republican states are better at sustaining them once they are established. Once they are established. Once they are established. So where did Machiavelli say? In the book Prince, he told. So what you can deduct from this saying of Machiavelli, he believed that initial period, it is similar, don't you think this idea is similar to whom? Who else? No, Aristotle, yeah, you can say, even Aristotle, yeah, you can say, Aristotle also believed that ideally monarchy is good, but in longer terms, too much power in hands of one person is corrupt. But apart from that, in Indian political ideas, Kautilya was a hardcore believer in monarchy. Subhash Chandra Bose, if you take, Subhash Chandra Bose believed that initially there is a need of a benevolent dictatorship. Once you reform, then he spoke about establishment of democracy. And that is why you can see when Subhash Chandra Bose, he was attracted a bit towards not the ethnic idea of fascism, but about the discipline the fascists brought. He was deeply impressed by the discipline, the order what they had. And you can see that was the difference between Gandhi and Subhash Chandra Bose also, that Subhash Chandra Bose believed that he was more believer in the ends rather than the means. Similar to Machiavelli. He told it doesn't matter, we join hands with Germans or we join hands with the Americans. End of the day, what is important? India's freedom. Because Gandhi was against joining hands with the Germans or Japanese. The reason being, they represented fascism, and fascism was a bigger evil than what? The colonialism or the imperialism. There is linkages between the ideas of Machiavelli and Subhash Chandra Bose. But however, this was Machiavelli what he believed. So for Machiavelli, it was very important for him to build a very powerful state, and such a powerful state should have a prince. And when we look into Machiavelli's view on morality and ethics, you can see he clearly segregated ethics and politics. That is a departure, and that is why we say Machiavelli is moving more towards modern ideas. Unlike Plato, Aristotle, he never linked morality and ethics as part of politics. He saw them separately. Then he also gave a concept called as dual morality. What do you mean by dual morality? So he had two yardsticks for judging moral actions. One yardstick is for common men, the other yardstick is for the prince. Means there is no yardstick. Prince should not be judged, his actions should not be judged whether it is moral or immoral. He told whatever the prince does, it is amoral, because he felt ethics or ethical values might be a limitation on the powers of the prince. It might not allow the prince to take decisions with a free hand, and when you want somebody to bring radical reforms, you have to give him a free hand, and that is why I told whatever the prince does in the interest of the state will be considered to be moral. But for common man who is living within the state, he wanted them to follow the values or the moral standards within a society. And why? Because if people do not follow moral standards, there will be instability within the society. When there is instability within the society, the prince cannot focus on his external grounds. So that is why we call it as dual morality. And now coming to the point, his view on religion. Now let us come to this question. Critically examine Machiavelli's view on religion and politics. So how will you start your answer? What will be your introduction? What will you start as your introduction to this question? That's a good point to start with. You can start with Machiavelli is considered to be the father of European secularism or the Western secularism. Then, or any other introduction, anybody else? No, that is an ideal introduction, you can use that.
So from conventional to non-conventional. Conventional means Plato, Aristotle. Non-conventional is Machiavelli.
What you will write? I want specific.
From conventional, Plato's view was a different from non-conventional.
Okay. But what is their view on religion and politics?
They didn't separate it.
Okay. He is telling that you can write that Machiavelli marks a departure from the ideas held by Aristotle and Plato. Either one you can use, or you can start with his introduction of saying that Machiavelli is propounder of the European secularism, or you can use his introduction as saying that what Machiavelli's ideas marks a departure from the Greek political philosophy. Then what you will go? Then how you will structure answer? Introduction you wrote. So you have to write, see now you have to write, use certain keywords to explain. One you can say, Machiavelli brought a clear separation of the state and the church. Now this is a 15 marker question. You need to explain why did he separate the state from the church or church from the state? Why?
To bring a realist perspective. To bring a realist perspective in the state affairs.
Why he wanted to bring that?
For unification. The concept of two swords.
Very good. You think you write the word, he rejected the idea of two swords theory. What do you mean by two swords theory? The two swords reference to authority. One was the Pope, the other was the king. He didn't want two authorities. Why? If two authorities is there, you cannot have bold decisions which can be taken. And moreover, during times of Machiavelli, the church was highly corrupt. Okay, the church was involved in corruption, and the church involved in day-to-day decision making of the prince, and that is why you can say there was no strong authority in that regard, and that is why he wanted to separate the church from the state. That is one aspect of his view of religion and politics. What is the other view of his religion and politics? You can remember? See, don't try to just write points, try to bring approaches. This is one aspect of his idea. What is the other aspect of his idea? There is a second aspect of his idea.
Passion dominates. Lack of reason, passion dominates. Sir, ruler's personal ethics. The use of religion in
Correct. That how you will write? You have to write utilitarian perspective. Machiavelli gave a utilitarian perspective. You can use these kind of keywords. Okay, why these kind of keywords? You are a political science student, not some general study student. So right, From a utilitarian perspective, what did he say? He said the religion should not use the prince, but the prince should make use of the religion. For what purpose? For the interest of the state. And how he has to make use of the religion? One, he also said, though the prince might be an atheist, not a believer in religion, but for the public, he has to show, he has to be a showman, he has to show that he has deep, what you can say, attachment to religion. Why? Because people are deeply religious, and one way you can gain legitimacy of the people is to what? To get their support. Simple, if you take Prime Minister Narendra Modi, when he put his nomination in 2014, what was the speech he made? Ma Ganga ne bulaye. Why he claimed religion? Because one way, because in India, that's what I told, when Sabine criticized Machiavelli, saying that he is narrowly dated, narrowly located, it is incorrect. Machiavelli's ideas have crossed the barriers, and these ideas are not just given by Machiavelli, these ideas were given by Kautilya even before Machiavelli. When Upinder Singh in her book, The Violence, Political Violence in Ancient History, she says that it is Machiavelli who should be called as the Italian Kautilya. So it means what? These ideas were not specific to Italy, it was not specific to that time period. These ideas have existed even before that, that ideas exist even today. If you look at Indian politics, religion plays a very important part of Indian politics to gain legitimacy. Or you can say Rahul Gandhi's, what is that, Shiv Bhakt. Why? Again, they are trying to reach out to support. That is what Machiavelli told. Religion should be an utilitarian tool. But how? He told religion should not control the prince should control the religion or make use of the religion. For what purpose? To gain legitimacy of the people, because people, common man, are God fearing. So that is how. And see, this you can also connect to the point, in one of the questions they have asked, what are the tools of legitimacy of a modern state? 1 year they have asked in legitimacy chapter. You can connect again Machiavelli here. See, modern state means modern day nation state. What are the different tools of legitimacy? Legitimacy means what? Ruling with the consent of the people, or you are exercising authority with the consent of the people. So when you say modern state, we are mainly referring to the idea of the modern day times. So in modern day times, what are the different tools to get legitimacy? One, you can look from a liberal point of view and say conduction of elections, getting votes in elections is one way to gain legitimacy. Second way, if you look from a social liberal point of view, a state should perform welfare functions, etc. Or you can look from a conservative point of view. Even today, religion can be used as a tool. Modern day also. Example, Idin Amin, he claimed that he has been sanctioned by God to rule over, I think which country he represented? Uganda. And if you take Kim Jong-un in that regard, so even from history, even today, religion is also one of the tools to gain legitimacy of modern day governments. Then you, in that answer, I am telling that answer, that legitimation, you can say Habermas legitimation crisis in modern day state, because he speaks about what is happening, that because of democracy, now countries will try to follow liberal model politically, but economically they will try to follow social model. Both are mismatched. That is why there is crisis of legitimacy. You are getting the point. For these kind of questions, there is no separate reading and all. Whatever you have read as thinkers, that is all connected. So you can connect the idea of legitimacy also here. One way, what he says, that the prince can claim legitimacy of the people, make use of religion. Religion will be a powerful tool. And that is why he told what? The prince should take part in religious affairs, religious functions, showmanship. So that was his view on religion. So you can say second perspective, what? Utilitarian perspective. Now this is what you wrote about his view on religion and politics, but the question is not just that, you also have to bring critical evaluation. What do you mean by critical evaluation? I am bringing my analysis of that viewpoint. One, what you can say, what Machiavelli told, that prince should make of use, that is a deadly affair. Going from a Marxist point of view or taking Nehru view, mixing religion with politics always comes at a cost. So you can say mixing religion with politics has many times led to what? It has led to genocide, it has led to what you can say ethnic nationalism in that regard, a narrow way of describing nationalism. Again, point. Third thing you can say that separating, his first point, separating state from church. That model of secularism has been critiqued. Today France, if you take, today France, I think the French Prime Minister, I forgot his name, he has proposed that France should move away from their European model of secularism to bring a model of secularism which will meet the aspiration of the French society today, because French back then was more of a homogeneous society because of change in what you can say migrations, settlements. Today there is lingering tensions within the French society of what? Multicultural debate. So that is why the French Prime Minister had made a remark saying that today we have to move towards a new or a positive model of secularism which we India follow. And if you remember in GS question they had asked this question, what France can learn from Indian form of secularism. Why they had asked that question is that you have to write about what are the inherent tensions within the French society and how India can, when we say Vishwa Guru, can link this point. We have given new ideas to the world. Our model of secularism based on Sarva Dharma Sambhava, that the state does not completely separate from religion. The state plays a more positive role, treating all religions equally. See, that you can use as a different debate. Let us say if I am writing that question on secularism, I will bring Rajiv Bhargava. He says that in India, it is not equidistance, it is principal distance model. That is a different debate, not required for this question. You are getting point, you can interlink everything from part A to paper 2. So here you can bring a Gandhian view saying that not required, complete separation of state and religion not feasible in all societies. But you can conclude your answer by saying that, see how you will conclude, don't randomly conclude, bring Sabine in to the picture. Why I will bring Sabine in? I will bring Sabine's argument saying that Sabine had critiqued Machiavelli saying that his ideas are narrowly dated and located. I use this criticism to counter it, to bring my opinion saying that, but we can say this is wrong on part of Sabine or a very narrow understanding of Machiavelli. Machiavelli's ideas are transcendental. Today Machiavelli's ideas can be seen in form of the many European countries modeling their ideas of Western form of secularism. And second one, you can say what ideas he gave, or utilitarian perspective of politics, it can be seen in today also in many countries where politics is deeply ingrained with religion. Hence we can say that Machiavelli laid down one of the foundations of the modern day European political thought. You will end your answer this way. Got it? Getting what? So that's what I told you. That clarity should be there in your answer. When they are asking you to critically analyze Machiavelli's view on religion and politics, first you start with something related to Machiavelli and or religion. Then you go into like he is the propounder of Western secularism, or as he told that it's a break from the Greek political thought. Then go into saying that there are two main perspectives. One, separation, the other is utilitarian perspective, explain them, then bring the critical analysis of those 2 points. Conclude your answer. Simple. Got it? So that's what I told. Don't try to put in too much information and confuse. Your answer should reflect your clarity of thought. That is what one of the most important aspects. When somebody reads your answer, it should not be that you are sitting next to that person and telling, no, this is what I mean. Your writing should have that clarity, because you won't be next to the evaluator now to tell him this is what I meant. So he is going to make a judgment based on what you have written. And that's why I told, when your answer has a lot of clarity, that also gives the evaluator, okay, this guy has some knowledge, he is articulating well. Understood. And the same, you can see the question they have asked is that Machiavelli is secularism. Simple. Same to same. Now what this you comprise even more. They are asking Machiavelli secularism. He is the propounder of European secularism. Explain what is European secularism. Here don't go into the aspect of that utilitarian point of view. You are getting point. Machiavelli's view has two perspectives. One is the secularism perspective, the other is the utilitarian perspective. For this question there is no need to go into the utilitarian perspective, because the question is on what? Machiavelli's secularism. So try to write separation of state and church, etc. Counterpoint what you will say, that this is more of a Eurocentric view, but you can see in this is only one model of secularism. In countries like India, we follow the positive model of secularism, which is based on dharma, sarva dharma, sambhava, something like that. That will be your structure of your answer. Now coming to the other two questions, explain how Machiavelli's application of empirical method to human affairs marks an important stage in evolution of political science. Now tell me that what is the demand of this question first, before going into the content part. What is the exact demand of the question? If you read the question again, explain how Machiavelli's application of empirical method. So the key word is what? Empirical method. What do you mean by empirical method? Scientific method. What does scientific method based on? Based on actual political situation, what it is rather than what ought to be. It's mainly based on explanation rather than justification. It mainly focuses on human behavior in actual political situation, right? How they are asking that to human affairs, means he is applying empirical method to human affairs. What is human? Study of human behavior. Marks an important stage in evolution. I remembered what we discussed the first, evolution, revolution. Revolution is not drastic change. Evolution means slowly it has brought about. So how will you answer this question? How will you answer this question? How will you start this question with? Take down the introduction for this question, for this type of question. William T. Blum. William T. Blum. In his book, The Theories of Political System. In his book, The Theories of Political System. In his book, The Theories of Political System, calls Machiavelli, William T. Blum, in his book, The Theories of Political System, calls Machiavelli as the pioneer of behavioralism. Calls Machiavelli as pioneer of behavioralism. Correct. So this you can use it as your introduction to those type of questions which mainly deals with this empirical method, behavioralism or scientific methods or methodology of Machiavelli. This you can use it as your intro. Now let us come into the demand of the question. How will you write? So getting mind, why I am telling is that start with a strong introduction, that always creates a good impression in the mind of the evaluator. This fellow is widely read, he knows. So when you say, see again if you write Machiavelli, let us think there are 3 questions on Plato, Aristotle, Machiavelli. Suppose they ask, you write Plato, father of political science, he's written book Politics. Machiavelli, he's modern, he's written book, what is it, Prince. It is monotonous, na? It won't be interesting, right? Every time you tell, okay, I'll introduce this fellow book. No, that you have to intermix, you have to change according to the question. Okay, point. So that's what I told. If question is like this, see, this cannot be used as an introduction to religion and politics question. It does not fit. But this you can use an introduction in these type of questions. Okay, now you introduce, then what you will, how you will address the demand of the question. The key things was that he has employed empirical method to human affairs, and this is marking an important stage in the evolution of political science. How will you write? How do you articulate? Because I believe here, rather than more points, it's about how do you articulate, how do you connect. You have started an answer. When you started an answer, you are telling this William T. Blum has said that he is a pioneer of behavioralism, because behavioralism was a school of thought which was based on scientific study of politics, or it was based on making politics a pure science, or study of politics a pure science.
Machiavelli has given a very pessimistic attitude about human behavior.
See, the key point you are missing. If you actually look into the question, it marks an important stage of evolution. So if you tell the important stage of evolution, you have to tell what was the preceding stage. So in the preceding stage, let it be the Greek political philosophy, it was mainly normative in approach. There mainly they had a very, what you can say, idealistic view about human nature. They never separated ethics and politics, they were deeply ingrained. But Machiavelli changed that. There you have to tell how he changed that. That time you write your point. He gave a pessimistic view of human nature. He based his study on observation. Right? He observed and told based on his conditions in Italy that how people behavior was. You know, and he separated ethics from politics. He brought based on what it is, explanation in the current mechanism. And these methods started to evolve. Why? Based on these writings, Thomas Hobbes, again you can say he came out with the idea of sovereignty. And finally you can say people like David Easton, when behavioralism developed as a systematic school of scientific study, where political science became the dominant theme in the evolution of it. And that is why Machiavelli was considered as a very important scholar to break the shackles of medieval mentality and move towards modernity. Hence, Machiavelli is considered as the forerunner of behavioralism. Now if you say, should we go into criticism? No. That's what I told. Don't use a single size fits all approach. We will write criticism for this also, sir. Why you will write criticism? Where they have asked you to write criticism? They are telling, explain how. In your mind, have they given the question critically analyze? See, if you want to bring an argument, I think there is not many arguments who do not consider Machiavelli not to be scientific, or there is no debate saying that okay, he is not. With Hobbes there is the debate. Michael Oakeshott, he does not consider Hobbes' writings to be purely scientific. He says that Hobbes is more of humanistic writing. That is his argument in that regard. But for Machiavelli there is no such argument in that regard. Everybody consider that. But what you can write as a conclusion, but however, in spite of Machiavelli giving lot of scientific studies etc., he was not considered as the first modern thinker. That you can be writing is your conclusion. It was Hobbes who was considered as the first modern thinker because he did not explicitly give the idea of sovereignty, which is one of the essential ideas of modern political thought. You have options of writing different type of conclusions.
Can we also include a comparative politics part, like how it shifted from traditional method to modern method?
Traditional method to?
Modern comparative method.
You can write that. Yes, you can include that part. Any other doubt in this part? So these are the usual questions they have asked on Machiavelli. Okay, see, and you can see they have not asked much questions on Machiavelli's human nature etc. But if they ask, have dialogues. Okay, that's what I told. I will share the document of certain dialogues which have been written for Machiavelli. You can use. I will read few dialogues. That's it. See, once you can say Machiavelli on statesmen, means how a ruler should be. Men should be either treated generously or they have to be crushed, because they take revenge even for the slightest injuries. For heavy ones they cannot. This is one of the advice given by Machiavelli to the prince. Don't let your opponents go easy. You have to be ruthless on them. That you need to connect to which idea? Human nature. If you go into his description of human nature, what did he say? Humans are selfish, egoistic, cowards, avaricious. What do you mean by that? Humans are selfish, coward, fickle-minded, fearful, avaricious. Cowards, they cannot take bold decisions. As long as you keep people as cowards, he will tell the prince your relevance is there. See, Machiavelli says always keep, you always show people there is a threat. Why there is a threat? If there is no threat, why they will need you? As long as there are threat, people are covered, they are always afraid. That is why they feel they need you. But the moment they don't feel there is no threat, there is no need for your necessity. Na? Second one, he tells they are selfish. Man does not think about community, man does not think about others, he always looks for his self-interest. He should be good, he should be fine. So what he is trying to suggest is that don't expect loyalty from people, they are fickle-minded. Today they might be towards you, tomorrow they will tell their loyalty because if they feel that there is no use from you. And he says that avaricious, greedy. Why this description of human nature is important? Based on his description of human nature, he builds his other ideas. That is how he builds what are the suggestions he will give to the prince. And that is why he says a prince should, it is better to be feared than to be loved. Because fear will make people obey you. If you expect love from people, people cannot love you without complete heart because they are fickle minded. That does not work, and that is why he says that is the other quote we told. Be ruthless towards the people. If somebody tries to challenge your authority, see that is a question mark over now. You can connect to the issue of this Wagner group and Putin. What will Putin do with? Some are suggesting that is a temporary peace. If Putin let the Wagner group go without being punished, it's a question of his authority. Now other people may also get an idea. It's like a compromise, right? Putin now got scared because of this Wagner group. That is why he agreed that they will be deployed in Belarus. That we have to see what will happen in coming days. It's a question mark. If Putin does not take a strict action, that's already admitting there is internal problems within Russia. The Russian government is not completely control of their own army because Wagner group is a private army. Machiavelli's advice was what? Crush them. And that is why he also advised the prince should be a lion and a fox. These are the two traits of two animals. Fox is considered to be intelligent. It knows how to escape traps. Because as a prince, there will be a lot of traps which are laid to you. You have to be smart enough to know what is a trap and how to escape these traps. But lion symbolizes courage. You have to show courage. You have to be ruthless like a lion. You have to crush your opponents when time comes. And that is why he said that, what is that quote? That men should be either treated generously or crushed because they can take revenge even for slightest injuries, and for heavy ones they cannot. Okay, because if you just slightly hurt them and let them go, they will come back with greater revenge. So crush them to an extent that they should not be able to come back. And you can see that he again says, let a prince set out the task of conquering and maintaining his state. His methods will be always judged honorable and he will be universally praised. This is nothing but Machiavelli's view on ethics and morality. Don't worry about ethical standards, moral standards, just focus on achieving your goals. For a prince, when he achieves his goals, even if it is in not in honorable ways, still the people will praise you. Why? Ultimate agenda is what? He should focus on maintaining the state. And that is why we say Machiavelli is also one of the forerunner, not only of behavioralism, is also forerunner of the international school of thought, realism, classical realism. Machiavelli, Kautilya, Hobbes, they are all considered as what? Precursors of which school of thought? The realism or the classical realism. Because classical realism based its assumptions on human nature. Same thing, how humans are, that is how nations are. Neoclassical realism modified that. If you take Kenneth Waltz, Mearsheimer. Kenneth Waltz was a defensive realist, and what did he say? classical realism is not scientific study, because anything which is based on human nature cannot be scientific, because humans do not know that they will behave in a certain pattern in all situations. What is science? Science is fact. So that is why they told why states go to war. It is not because of human nature, it is because of a systematic lacunae. What is a systematic lacunae, or the system, features of the global international system? They told two important features. What is that? Anarchy and hierarchy. You are getting the point. See, there are two kinds of approaches. If you take from that point of view, to make it more simple, in 1991 India liberalized its economy. Liberalization, privatization, globalization. Now if you go from a classical realist point of view, okay, that you cannot apply to economics, I am just trying to build a corollary. You can tell Manmohan Singh was the finance minister, that is why India liberalized, privatized and globalized. The credit goes to Manmohan Singh. But if you look from a structural point of view, they will say the credit does not go to Manmohan Singh. Even if you were the finance minister at that point of time, the structural necessity was that you had to go for these policies. That is what neoclassical realism is there. It is not based on human nature. In international structure, there is no world government. There is no established rules. It is like jungle. And in jungle, there are only two things. Anarchy, no established law. So when there is anarchy, what you have to do? Every country will go for its own security, self-help, arms race. And there is hierarchy. Hierarchy means everybody are not equal. Some are far superior, some are far inferior. And that is why they give the model called as what? Billiard board model. So the difference between classical and neoclassical realism in simple terms, they both believe same thing, both believe in balance of power, both believe in arms race, both believe in conflictual nature of international politics, both believe that the state are the principal actors, but the difference lies in their methodology. They base it on human nature, classical realists, hence Morgenthau is considered as the father of classical realism. And what is a book written by him? Politics Among Nations. See, remember this, write this, keep it in your mind, you have to bring it on your answer script. Okay, if you generally write classical, okay, who is an important proponent of classical? You have to bring it on paper. That is how the evaluator will also know, okay, ye banda, he has studied. Okay, that's what I told. For some important books, like Mearsheimer, what is a book written by him? The Tragedy of Great Power Politics. And what is a book written by Kenneth Waltz? Even I have forgotten. What is the book written by him? Anyway, look into it. Even I have forgotten. So got the point. So this is how we can link Machiavelli to also to international school of thought, that is classical realism. Understood? See, that's why I said, he asked me an important question in break. It was like, how do we answer, sir? There is a question on democracy in paper 2. There is democracy in paper 1, there is democracy in paper 1 part B, that is Indian democracy. Don't see them in silos, just look at the question. If you think for that question, you can link a scholar from paper 1 part A, link it. Right? Don't think that, okay, democracy they have asked in paper 2 part B, so should I? No, you have to write from a global perspective. But you can use J.S. Mill's view on democracy. Even today, when he told democracy won't be suitable in those countries where democratic values are not there. Take Afghanistan as an example, Myanmar as an example. I think last year that is a question they've asked, how that India sustained as a democracy where our neighboring countries didn't survive. Sir, how we can see for this and all answer you have to be right spontaneously. You have to apply different concepts, right? Because in comparative politics that can come, it's a comparison that why did India survive as a democracy? None of our neighboring countries survived as a democracy. One, you can look from a point of view of historical perspective. There you can bring the argument of Amartya Sen. So Amartya Sen says that democracy is not something which is an ancient or outside value to India. Democracy is an Indian value itself. Ancient India, you had the Sabha Vidhata in Vedic period. Then you have Buddhist Sanghas which were working on idea of deliberative democracy. Then you had, see in India you had, because when we speak of democracy, democracy also is closely connected with the idea of secularism also, because democracy is based on freedom of speech expression. So if you look at many Indian rulers, be it King Ashoka or be it Akbar in that regard, they did speak about, what you can say, a secular society. And then if you look at, India was ruled by British for more than 150 years, and Indian constitution is not a revolutionary constitution. In regards I am telling, the goals of the constitution is revolutionary, but the method of making the constitution was not revolutionary. That is what Pratap Bhanu Mehta says, that in every country a revolution led to a constitution, but in India a constitution has led to a revolution. Again, mind, India's unique is history. It's not that we did a revolution overnight, which no, we are a evolutionary document. British introduced parliamentary democracy. Indians worked within the parliamentary democracy for last 70 years. They knew that what are institutions, importance of institution. Then vision of our national leaders, be it Nehru, be it Gandhi, be it Patel. The Ambedkar, who created the constitution, was Western educated. He knew the Western values. That is why they created strong, what we can say, check and balance, judiciary, parliamentary democracy, right? They didn't go for this thing. Then we can also say the policy making which was there. So if you look at Pakistan, if you look at Myanmar, most of our neighboring countries, why do you think their democracy crumbled very quickly? In India, they made sure that the state has a military, not that military has a state. But in other countries, they gave a lot of powers to the military in the starting period, that led to what? Coups. Overdeveloped state. Understood? Then you can also write about existence of civil society. So civil society was not took birth only after independence. There were many, because if you take Indian National Congress itself worked as a civil society before even, you can see they never played any role of politics. Elections was introduced in India only in 1919. Till then Congress was playing role of what? More as a pressure group or a civil society group, asking for civil liberty, etc. So these kind of pressure groups existed in India even before India became independent. Hence this allowed what? India to survive as a democracy, and India always stands out and proves that J.S. Mill was wrong in saying that what it is. So for these kind of questions you cannot tell, sir, I will prepare and write. Bit of history what you have read, bit of constitution what you have read, and bit of your political science knowledge what you have to intermix all and to write an answer. And that is the challenge in this exam, in this question, and that is why we say that why some students do exceptionally well, because they are very good in interlinking. Why some students don't do well? Because they'll be taken aback when they see questions like this, because they are more used to what, where in Subhararanjan notes or where in this insights notes it is there. Neither UPSC has signed a contract with Shubhra ma'am or they have signed contract with us saying that we will pick questions only from these notes. And that is the fundamental theme of UPSC, is unpredictability. That will be always there. You cannot see, you can sit and protest CSAT to reduce it to 22, that UPSC won't do. Farm bill ordinance only, that farm associations they let for 6 months to them to withdraw. Do you think just by few disgruntled aspirants go protesting about CSAT? UPSC won't change so easily. So that's what I told. UPSC won't come to your level. UPSC will be always innovating. They will be always be one step ahead. It's your job to ensure that how the exam trend is coming, and always have in back of your mind that there is a chance of unpredictability. They might change the trend. So if you have answered questions from different point of view, you don't feel it is something which is outside your thing. That's what I told. If you look at in political science only, 2013, 2014, questions used to be a bit more straightforward, only based on one thinker's idea. But now what they are trying to do is that they are trying to interconnect within the syllabus. So this requires a candidate to use his holistic knowledge to write an answer rather than compartmentalized knowledge. So that is the understood that how you can connect those ideas. So that is what we can say. See, do a lot of these interconnections, that will become much easier to present the answer. And that's why I told, when you see questions like the democracy question, don't be taken aback. Logically apply your mind, you write your analysis, what you know, why India has sustained as a democracy. Got it? Any doubt? So what we made use of? We made use of Amartya Sen, we made use of J.S. Mill's argument for that particular question. Simple. Other thing and all is generalized points, what you have read in history, modern history, Indian constitution, etc. Any doubt on Machiavelli? Anywhere you feel, any other question you feel is difficult to answer? Okay. So next, I think already time is up. Okay, anyway, today we'll end here. In tomorrow's class, we'll take up Hobbes, Locke, J.S. Mill, Marx, Gramsci and Hannah Arendt. Okay, so this was pretty slow. We have to pick up the speed. The only thing I did slow was that first class now. So you also have to get an idea that what will be the framework we'll be working with. But in tomorrow's class, we'll be making it pretty quick in that regard. So we'll be trying to cover these thinkers. So for YouTube students also, that's what I told. So tomorrow's class will be also open, but from Wednesdays it will not be an open session in that regard. Okay. So any other doubt? Any other things which have with understand? So what you do is that try to work on these aspects, try to build introduction, try to build connection, try to think that how we can interconnect the concepts to both papers. So tomorrow we will go through the other thinkers. Thank you.